Welcome to Linguistic Alchemy, Unveiling the Power of Language. The World is Made of Language Series, Volume 1, The Metamodel by David Alan Neron, The Hypno-Junkie. Narrated by David Alan Neron, Davis Troy, and Aria Jean. Chapter/section, The World is Made of Language.
To establish the ambience for this book, I'd like to begin with a quote from an individual whose wisdom I have imbibed over countless hours. This quote, in my view, aptly encapsulates the overarching purpose of this series on language. Well, I think, and it's appropriate to speak of this to an audience as digitally sophisticated as I assume you must be. I think the primary insight that has been secured here at the end of the 20th century, the primary contribution of 20th century thinking, if you will, is to have understood, finally, that information is primary. This world, this cosmos, this universe, this body and soul are all made of information. Information is a deeper and more primary concept than space, time, matter, energy, charge, spin, angular momentum. The world is made of language. The implication for the digerati is that reality can therefore be hacked. If reality is made of language, then what we're saying is that it's code. And if it's code, then it is far more deeply open to manipulation than we ever dared dream. We've been messing around on the desktop opening files with religions and political systems and xenophobic theories of racial superiority, all this crap that haunts the human historical adventure. It means we have not addressed the deeper levels. And in thinking about this, and the relationship to dream and human culture, I have realized that cultures are like operating systems. We are like hardware. The human animal is a piece of biological wetware/hardware. And it has been, we know, pretty much as we confront it today for at least 140,000 years. At Clayce's River Cave mouth in South Africa, they have excavated Homo sapiens skeletons 100,000 years old, and that person could have sat in the front row here tonight and nobody would have batted an eyebrow. Terence McKenna, Dreaming Awake at the End of Time, December 13th, 1998.
Chapter/section, In the Beginning was the Word.
In the beginning was the Word. A simple yet powerful force that set the stage for creation. The Word, like a mustard seed, carries within it the potential to manifest reality and shape our world. As we speak, write, and think, we harness this immense power to transform our thoughts and ideas into tangible experiences. Consider the words you use in your daily interactions with others and yourself and the stories you weave inside your mind, your subjective reality. They become the architects of your objective reality. The language you choose, the metaphors you employ without even being consciously aware of it, and the syntax you arrange all contribute to the landscape of your inner world and, ultimately, the world around you. By being mindful of the words we select, we can influence our thoughts, feelings, and actions, thereby creating a reality that aligns with our desires. Imagine, if you will, a world where language is not merely a tool for communication but a powerful force that shapes reality itself. It is through the intricate dance of words and meanings that we construct our perceptions, beliefs, and experiences. With every uttered syllable, every written word, we breathe life into the abstract realms of thought and emotion, molding the very essence of our existence. This astonishing truth reveals that the world, in all its complexity, is essentially woven from the threads of language. Throughout our lives, we've acquired a vast array of knowledge and experiences, many of which have seamlessly integrated into our unconscious minds. These deeply ingrained learnings, although not always apparent in our day-to-day awareness, significantly influence our behaviors and actions. As we navigate the landscape of human interaction, we are continually influencing and being influenced by the linguistic patterns that surround us. These patterns have the potential to unlock hidden reservoirs of creativity, resilience, and self-empowerment. By mastering the subtle nuances of language, we can unveil a new realm of possibilities where we can consciously direct the course of our lives, liberating ourselves from the constraints of limiting beliefs and societal norms. The key to this profound transformation lies in understanding the underlying structures of language and harnessing their power to reshape our thoughts and actions. By becoming architects of our linguistic landscape, we can design a life that fosters self-efficacy and freedom. The world is a tapestry of words and meanings, and by weaving together the right threads, we can create a reality that reflects our deepest desires and aspirations. The secret to unlocking this extraordinary potential is within our grasp, and it all begins with the realization that the world is, indeed, made of language. In the theater of the mind, we are the playwrights, directors, and lead actors of our own stories. Our thoughts weave intricate narratives that shape our perceptions and guide our actions. Each day, we revisit these stories, adding new chapters, refining the dialogue, and deepening the plot. In this ever-evolving process, we become the stories we tell ourselves, and the words we use to express ourselves to others become our life's narrative. Imagine the boundless potential that lies in our ability to craft these stories consciously. By carefully selecting the words and images that fill our minds, we can create narratives that empower, uplift, and inspire us. We can redefine our identities, break free from limiting beliefs, and embrace a life of abundance and possibility. And avoid being manipulated unfairly. As we immerse ourselves in these transformative stories, the boundaries between imagination and reality begin to blur. Our thoughts and emotions echo the narrative, our actions follow suit, and soon, the world around us begins to mirror the story we've created. Like a skilled hypnotist, we can use the power of suggestion to gently steer our subconscious minds toward our desired outcomes. This revelatory understanding illuminates the path to self-efficacy and freedom. By consciously authoring the stories that shape our lives, we hold the keys to unlock our deepest potential and chart a course toward our dreams. The power of transformation lies within the stories we tell ourselves and others, and the stories we choose to believe. As we embark on this journey, let us acknowledge that the world around us is intricately woven together through the threads of language. Our words, serving as powerful tools, mold the very fabric of our reality and grant us the capacity to create, transform, and redefine the boundaries of our existence. By recognizing the immense influence language has on our perceptions and experiences, we become the masters of our own narratives and, in turn, carve the life we truly desire.
Chapter/section. Words from me.
In this book's introduction, I want to share with you a couple of insights and quotes that inspired me as I prepared to write, coincidentally the very same quotes that also inspired Wayne Dyer many years ago to write his book, The Power of Intention. The first of these quotes comes from Carlos Castaneda, a profound influence in both our lives. In Castaneda's later works, such as The Fire from Within, The Power of Silence, and The Active Side of Infinity, he discusses the concept of intention and intent as something we connect to, rather than something we actively do. Castaneda's quote highlights the notion that in the universe, there is an unmeasurable and indescribable force which those who live of the source call intent. The term of the source refers to the concept of a sorcerer, not in the traditional sense of witches and hocus pocus, but rather as someone who is connected to the source of all things. Everything in existence, from the tiniest mosquito to the vast Rocky Mountains, is attached to intention by a connecting link. Sorcerers are not only concerned with understanding and explaining that connecting link, but also with cleansing it of the numbing effects brought about by living at ordinary levels of consciousness. Another influential quote I'd like to share comes from Max Planck, a renowned physicist who was awarded the Nobel Prize for his work on the atom. In contrast to Castaneda's metaphysical perspective, Planck approached the topic from a scientific standpoint. He concluded that matter exists only by virtue of a force that brings atomic particles to vibration and holds them together. According to Planck, behind this force lies a conscious and intelligent mind, which is the matrix of all matter. It wasn't until many years later that I became aware the concepts and ideas found in the books by Carlos Castaneda were a major influence in the early development of neuro-linguistic programming itself. These two quotes, one from a metaphysical background and the other from a scientific viewpoint, serve as the foundation for our exploration of the power of language, intention, and the metamodel. By understanding and connecting with intent, we can harness its power to transform our lives and the world around us. Let's embark on this exciting journey together.
Chapter/section. Introduction.
My fellow comrades in curiosity, allow me to wax philosophical for a moment about the nature of reality. My name is David Alan Neron, the hypno-junkie. The way I see, reality is not a fixed and immutable thing that exists independent of our perception. Rather, it is something that is shaped and molded by our beliefs, our experiences, and the frameworks through which we interpret the world. In other words, reality is a subjective experience, a product of our own unique reality tunnels. Now I know some of you might be thinking, but David, how can reality be subjective? Don't we all experience the same world? Well, my fellow explorers, the answer is both yes and no, but mostly no. Yes, we all share a common world that we interact with, but the way we perceive and interpret that world is entirely shaped by our beliefs and experiences.
For example, let's say you're walking down the street and you see a man in a hoodie walking towards you. Depending on your reality tunnel, you might interpret this person as a potential threat or simply as another human being going about their day. Your interpretation is not necessarily based on the objective reality of the situation, but rather on your own beliefs and experiences. This is why it's so important to be aware of our own reality tunnels and the belief systems that shape them. We must learn to recognize that the map is not the territory, that our perception of reality is not reality itself. By expanding our consciousness and challenging our own assumptions, we can begin to see the world in a new light and open ourselves up to new possibilities. So, my allies in the pursuit, let us embrace our own subjectivity, let us recognize the power of our beliefs and the way language shapes our world, and let us work to expand our consciousness and explore new realities. For in doing so, we can unlock the true potential of our own minds and discover a world that is more wondrous and infinite than we ever imagined. Now, I really want you to have a strong understanding of each distinction within the metamodel. Here's the cosmic joke of it all. This material, the stuff that makes up the metamodel, it's going to ring a bell. It's going to seem like old hat. Why? Because we're all playing this game already, day in and day out. Without even knowing it, our everyday chit-chat is riddled with metamodel violations. We're in the thick of it, whether we realize it or not, but learning the metamodel can be like shining a flashlight on our thought processes and language patterns, illuminating new depths and perspectives that were previously hidden in the shadows. The distinctions and techniques of the metamodel can help us better understand our own thinking and communication, and empower us to make more effective choices in our lives. So even if it seems familiar at times, it's worth taking the time to learn and integrate, because the real fun starts after you get the hang of this model and we move on to the Milton model, the last book in this series. So, this will be a sort of reference manual for each distinction with examples and explanations, but very little input from me except the beginning of the book. There's only 13 distinctions in this book depending on how you count them, which doesn't seem like a lot, but training yourself to recognize and utilize each of these distinctions conversationally and have it come across organically, without sounding forced or contrived, can end up being a lot of information to track and pay attention to. So give yourself a bit of time before you expect all of this to just come natural to you in everyday conversation. The whole idea behind the metamodel is to grasp how our language mirrors the way we experience the world. When we talk, there's a whole lot happening beneath the surface, and that's where things get interesting. People have this remarkable ability to omit information, distort their experiences, and create sweeping generalizations, often without realizing it. The metamodel serves as a guide to pinpoint these linguistic patterns and encourages us to pose the right questions, revealing the authentic essence of the spoken word. The individuals that created the metamodel were inspired by the genius of figures like Chomsky, Pearls, Satir, and Erickson, unearthing insights that captivated their minds. The metamodel, you see, is designed to help us comprehend the subtle ways our language reflects our internal representations of the world. When we converse, a myriad of hidden meanings lie beneath our words, and that is where the true fascination begins. Utilizing the metamodel enables us to gently explore the depths of the human psyche, shedding light on concealed beliefs and assumptions, and truly grasping the nature of one's thoughts. It is akin to possessing a key that unlocks the doors to enhanced communication, self-awareness, and personal growth. The meta-monster attitude. The metamodel, a linguistic masterpiece. It's a powerful tool that slices through the fluff and nonsense of language to reveal the naked truth hiding beneath. You see, language is more than just a means of communication. It's a window into the mind, and sometimes that window gets foggy. The metamodel is like a linguistic detective, sniffing out the distortions, deletions, and generalizations that people unknowingly sprinkle throughout their speech. It's about catching those slippery little linguistic devils and bringing them into the light. Let's talk deletions. People have a habit of leaving out crucial details, as if they're playing a game of hide and seek with the truth. But I won't let them get away with it. I'll ask, what specifically? What's missing here? What other information is relevant? I demand clarity, my friend, and the metamodel delivers. Distortions, how they twist reality. People take a perfectly good experience and mangle it into something unrecognizable. But fear not, for the metamodel is here to straighten things out. I'll question their assumptions, challenge their perceptions, and demand evidence. How exactly? In what way? Can you give me a specific example? I won't let them escape with their distortions unchallenged. And don't even get me started on generalizations. People love to make sweeping statements, painting the world with a broad brush. But that won't fly in my presence. I'll dig deeper, demanding specific instances and counterexamples. When exactly? Who specifically? Are there any exceptions? No more hiding behind vague generalities, my friend. The metamodel tears down those flimsy walls. You see, the metamodel is all about precision, clarity, and truth. It's about dismantling the linguistic barriers that hold people back, freeing them to see the world as it truly is. By challenging their language patterns, I empower individuals to break free from their limitations and embrace new possibilities. So, my dear friend, embrace the metamodel. Let it be your sword of linguistic truth. Use it to cut through the fog of language and reveal the hidden gems of clarity and understanding. Master the metamodel, and you'll unlock a world of possibilities, both in your own mind and in the minds of others. The NLP metamodel is a tool that helps you understand and improve communication by identifying common language patterns that can be vague or confusing. It focuses on three main areas: deletions, generalizations, and distortions. By learning about these patterns, you'll start to notice them in everyday conversations. However, it's essential to be careful when using the metamodel in conversations. Constantly challenging or questioning people's language patterns might make you seem like a jerk or feel like you're interrogating them. To avoid this, you can follow these guidelines. Choose the right moment. Don't question every statement. Instead, address the patterns when it's most helpful and relevant. Be empathetic, show genuine interest in understanding the other person's perspective, and be sensitive to their feelings. Ask positive questions. Use open-ended and non-threatening questions to help the other person clarify their thoughts or consider different viewpoints. Focus on building rapport. Make sure your use of the metamodel supports the conversation and relationship rather than damaging trust and connection. Be flexible. Recognize that not every pattern needs to be addressed in every conversation. Sometimes it's better to focus on the overall message or emotions involved. By using the metamodel carefully and thoughtfully, you can improve communication and gain deeper insights into others' thoughts and feelings without coming across as aggressive or confrontational. The metamodel is a key concept within neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, a psychological approach that focuses on the relationship between language, behavior, and cognition. Developed by Richard Bandler and John Grinder in the 1970s, the metamodel aims to identify and challenge the linguistic patterns that shape our thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors, ultimately providing a clearer and more effective way to communicate. The metamodel is based on the idea that our language is an incomplete representation of our experiences. We often use generalized, distorted, or deleted information in our communication, which can lead to misunderstandings or limitations in our thinking. By examining and refining these linguistic patterns, the metamodel helps individuals enhance their communication skills, gain a deeper understanding of themselves and others, and facilitate personal growth and change. The metamodel is comprised of three primary components. We'll be going over them quite a few times to varying degrees and perspectives so you can develop a really thorough understanding of them now, starting with 1. Deletions. These are instances where information is omitted from our language, causing a lack of clarity or specificity. By identifying and filling in the gaps, we can create a more accurate representation of our experiences. Examples of deletions include unspecified verbs, nominalizations, and simple deletions. 2. Distortions. These occur when we alter or misrepresent our experiences through our language. Distortions can manifest as exaggerations, generalizations, or assumptions, which can limit our understanding and options. Examples of distortions include mind reading, cause and effect statements, and complex equivalences. 3. Generalizations. These are instances where we apply a single idea or concept to multiple situations or contexts. While generalizations can be helpful for making sense of the world, they can also limit our thinking and create unhelpful beliefs. Examples of generalizations include universal quantifiers, example, always, never, modal operators of necessity, example, must, should, and modal operators of possibility, example, can, might. The metamodel can be used in various contexts, such as therapy, coaching, or personal development, too. 1. Improve communication. By identifying and addressing deletions, distortions, and generalizations, individuals can enhance their clarity and specificity in communication, leading to more effective and accurate exchanges. 2. Challenge limiting beliefs. The metamodel can help individuals recognize and question unhelpful thought patterns or assumptions, enabling them to explore alternative perspectives and create more empowering beliefs. 3. Promote personal growth. By providing a framework for understanding and refining our language, the metamodel encourages self-awareness, introspection, and personal development. 4. Facilitate change. In therapeutic or coaching contexts, the metamodel can help clients identify and address the linguistic patterns that may be contributing to their challenges, supporting them in creating lasting change. In summary, the metamodel is a powerful tool within NLP that enables individuals to examine and refine their language patterns, leading to improved communication, enhanced self-awareness, and personal growth. By challenging deletions, distortions, and generalizations, the metamodel can help facilitate positive change and promote more accurate, effective, and empowering communication. To kick things off, I'm going to introduce a few pivotal concepts to set the stage for our exploration. This is especially important if you're new to this fascinating realm of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, and the metamodel. I'll be sharing a brief but insightful history of NLP and the metamodel to provide context to your learning journey. Following that, I'll guide you through the layout of this book, giving you a clear roadmap of what's to come and how the information will unfold.
Chapter/section. The map is not the territory.
My dear cohorts in exploration, it's time to wake up and realize that the map is not the territory. What do I mean by this? I mean that our perceptions of reality are just that, perceptions. They are not reality itself. The map we create in our minds is a representation of reality, but it is not reality itself. This is a crucial distinction, my friends. When we mistake the map for the territory, we limit ourselves and our understanding of the world. We become trapped in our own mental constructs, unable to see the world as it truly is. We become blinded by our own beliefs and assumptions, unable to see beyond the boundaries we have imposed on ourselves. But when we recognize that the map is not the territory, we open ourselves up to new possibilities. We become aware of the limitations of our own perceptions and start to question our assumptions. We start to see the world in a new light, with new perspectives and new insights. So my fellow travelers, let us embrace this realization that the map is not the territory and use it to expand our consciousness and understanding of the world. Let us challenge our own assumptions and explore new possibilities. For in doing so, we can unlock the true potential of our own minds and discover a world that is more wondrous and infinite than we ever imagined. The map is not the territory is a foundational concept in NLP that refers to the idea that our mental models or maps of reality are not the same as the reality itself. In other words, what we believe to be true about the world is based on our own subjective perceptions, experiences, beliefs, and values, which may not accurately reflect objective reality. The concept emphasizes the importance of recognizing that our perception of the world is not the world itself, but rather a representation of the world. It encourages us to remain open to different perspectives, question our own beliefs and assumptions, and be willing to consider alternate views of reality. By doing so, we can gain a more accurate understanding of the world and improve our ability to communicate and interact effectively with others. The practical application of this concept in NLP involves understanding and respecting the unique perspectives of others, being willing to step into their model of the world, and using language and communication techniques that are congruent with the other person's perception of reality. This helps to establish rapport and build effective relationships, which is a key aspect of NLP. To elaborate further and teach you more about the concept. At its core, this concept is about recognizing that our perceptions of reality are not reality itself, but rather a subjective representation of it. It is based on the idea that our mental models or maps of the world are constructed from our experiences, beliefs, values, and cultural conditioning. These maps influence the way we interpret and respond to the world around us, shaping our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. The concept of the map is not the territory encourages us to remain open to different perspectives and to question our own beliefs and assumptions. It emphasizes the importance of recognizing that others may have different maps or mental models of reality that are equally valid and important to them. By doing so, we can establish better communication, understanding, and rapport with others. In NLP, this concept is applied in various ways. For instance, it is used to help individuals improve their communication skills by teaching them to recognize and respond to the unique maps of reality held by others. This involves listening to others with empathy, asking questions to clarify their perspective, and using language that is congruent with their model of the world. The concept is also used to help individuals overcome limiting beliefs and behaviors. By recognizing that their mental models of reality are not fixed or immutable, individuals can learn to change their maps of the world and create more empowering beliefs and behaviors. Overall, the concept is a powerful reminder that our perceptions of reality are subjective and that there are always different perspectives to consider. By remaining open-minded and willing to explore different maps of the world, we can improve our communication, relationships, and overall quality of life.
Chapter/section. Surface structure and deep structure.
When people talk, they use words to share their thoughts and feelings. This is what we call the surface structure. It's what you hear when someone is speaking. But sometimes, the words we use don't show everything that's going on inside our minds. Think of the surface structure like an ice cream cone. You can see the ice cream on top, but you can't see what's inside the cone. The deep structure is what's happening inside a person's mind when they're talking. It's all the thoughts, feelings, and ideas that they're trying to share, but might not be able to say with just words. The deep structure is like the hidden part of the ice cream cone that you can't see. In NLP and the meta model, we want to learn how to figure out the deep structure by listening carefully to the surface structure. By asking good questions and paying attention, we can help people explain their thoughts and feelings better, making it easier to understand them. So, when you're learning about the meta model, it's like learning how to be a detective. You're trying to find the hidden thoughts and feelings, the deep structure, by listening to the words people say, the surface structure. This helps you communicate better with others and understand what they really mean. Sometimes I have to remind myself, imagine for a moment that you're a skilled gardener. As a gardener, you have a keen eye for observing the plants in your garden. You don't just see the leaves and flowers on the surface, but you're able to understand the complex root systems beneath the soil from which the plants draw their nutrients. Now, consider that language is like this garden. The words people use in conversation, they're like the leaves and flowers, that's the surface structure. It's what we see and hear, but it doesn't always reveal the full picture of a person's thoughts and experiences. Beneath the surface, just like the roots of a plant, lies the deep structure, the underlying thoughts, intentions, and meanings that give rise to the words people speak. As a skilled communicator, like the gardener, your goal is to understand and explore that deep structure. The meta model is a set of tools that will help you become that master gardener of language. By asking specific questions and gently probing beneath the surface structure of language, you'll be able to uncover the hidden meanings and intentions, allowing for a richer and more profound understanding of the person with whom you're communicating. So, as you learn and practice the meta model, remember to approach each conversation with curiosity and the desire to explore the depths beneath the surface. In doing so, you'll become a more effective communicator and be able to cultivate meaningful connections with those around you. In the context of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, and the meta model, surface structure and deep structure refer to different levels of language and communication. Surface structure represents the explicit or literal meaning of what is being communicated. It is the way language is structured on the surface, including the specific words, sentences, and phrases used. Surface structure is what we hear or read directly. Deep structure, on the other hand, refers to the underlying meaning or intention behind the surface structure. It represents the thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and mental representations that give rise to the surface-level communication. Deep structure encompasses the hidden layers of meaning that may not be explicitly expressed but can significantly influence our understanding. In NLP and the meta model, the focus is on exploring the relationship between the surface structure and the deep structure. The meta model seeks to uncover and challenge the linguistic patterns that limit our understanding and communication by exploring the deep structure. By asking specific questions and seeking clarification, the meta model aims to bridge the gap between the surface and deep structures. It helps individuals uncover the underlying assumptions, beliefs, and thought processes that shape their communication and perception of reality. For example, let's say someone makes a generalized statement like, "I always mess things up." The meta model would seek to uncover the deep structure behind this statement by asking questions such as, "Always? Are there no exceptions? Can you think of a specific instance where you didn't mess things up?" These questions challenge the generalization and invite the person to explore their deep structure, allowing for a more nuanced and accurate representation of their experiences. Similarly, the meta model can address deletions and distortions in the surface structure by seeking missing information, specific details, or alternative perspectives. It aims to fill in the gaps and bring clarity to the underlying deep structure. By understanding the interplay between the surface structure and deep structure, and using the meta model as a tool to bridge the two, individuals can gain greater awareness, challenge limiting beliefs, and enhance their communication skills. In summary, surface structure represents the explicit, surface-level language, while deep structure delves into the underlying meaning and intention. The metamodel aims to uncover and challenge the limitations in communication by exploring the relationship between the surface structure and the deep structure, facilitating a more accurate and empowering understanding of our experiences.
Chapter/section. Next up is chunking information.
Chunking is a concept in neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, that refers to the process of breaking down or grouping information into smaller, more manageable pieces or larger, more abstract categories. The purpose of chunking is to help people process, understand, and communicate information more effectively. There are two main types of chunking: chunking down and chunking up. Chunking down involves breaking down complex ideas or tasks into smaller, more specific parts. This can help make a concept or task easier to understand and manage. For example, when faced with a large project, chunking down can help you focus on individual tasks or steps, making the project seem less overwhelming and more achievable. To practice chunking down, ask questions like, what specific aspects or components make up this concept or task? What are the individual steps needed to complete this task? Can this idea or task be broken down further? Chunking up involves grouping smaller pieces of information or tasks into larger, more abstract categories or concepts. This can help you see the bigger picture, identify patterns or trends, and communicate more effectively by focusing on the essential aspects of a concept or task. To practice chunking up, ask questions like, what broader category or concept does this idea or task belong to? What is the overall purpose or goal of this task or concept? Are there any commonalities between these smaller pieces of information or tasks? In both personal and professional settings, using chunking techniques can enhance communication, problem-solving, and decision-making. By adjusting the level of specificity or abstraction when discussing ideas or tasks, you can ensure that everyone involved has a clear understanding of the topic at hand, enabling more effective collaboration and progress. Applying chunking to the NLP metamodel can help you understand and communicate more effectively by adjusting the level of specificity or abstraction when discussing language patterns, thoughts, or beliefs. Here's how you can apply chunking to the metamodel specifically. Chunking down with the metamodel. When using the metamodel to clarify language patterns or uncover underlying thoughts and beliefs, you can chunk down by asking more specific questions to get detailed information. This can help you pinpoint ambiguities, generalizations, and distortions in communication. For example, if someone says, I'm not good at sports, you can chunk down by asking, what specific sport are you referring to? What aspects of that sport do you find challenging? By chunking down, you can help others, or yourself, explore the specifics of their language patterns, which can lead to a better understanding of the situation or problem and open up opportunities for change or growth. Chunking up with the metamodel, on the other hand, you can use the metamodel to chunk up and explore broader concepts or patterns by asking more abstract questions. This can help you identify overarching themes or trends in communication, thoughts, or beliefs. For example, if someone says, I always mess up at work, you can chunk up by asking, what overall pattern do you see in these situations? What general belief might be influencing your perception of your performance? By chunking up, you can help others, or yourself, identify higher-level patterns that may be influencing their thoughts, feelings, or behaviors, potentially revealing new insights or perspectives on the issue at hand. In summary, applying chunking to the metamodel allows you to adjust the level of specificity or abstraction in your questions and conversations, helping you explore and address various aspects of communication, thoughts, and beliefs more effectively. By chunking up and down, you can enhance understanding, promote self-awareness, and facilitate change or growth in both personal and professional settings. In addition to chunking, several other concepts are valuable to know and understand in relation to the NLP metamodel. These concepts can help you enhance your communication skills, build rapport, and effectively address the underlying thoughts, feelings, and beliefs that drive behavior. We'll be touching on some of these concepts, but the focus of this book will be on the metamodel specifically. Rapport. Building rapport is essential for effective communication and creating an atmosphere of trust and understanding. Use active listening, empathy, and mirroring techniques, such as matching body language, tone of voice, and speech patterns, to create rapport when applying the metamodel. Outcome framing. When using the metamodel, it's essential to focus on the desired outcome or goal. This helps keep the conversation productive and solution-oriented. Clearly define the purpose of the conversation and the desired outcome before diving into the language patterns. The Milton model, coming soon as a counterpart to the meta model, the Milton model is another key concept in NLP. While the meta model focuses on clarifying and challenging language patterns, the Milton model emphasizes using vague and ambiguous language to stimulate creativity, imagination, and a sense of possibility. Combining both models can lead to more effective communication and problem solving. Perceptual positions, understanding and appreciating different perspectives is crucial when working with the meta model. Practice taking on first, self, second, other person, and third, observer, perceptual positions to gain a deeper understanding of the situation and the thoughts, feelings, and beliefs involved. Reframing, the ability to reframe thoughts, beliefs, or situations is vital when using the meta model. Reframing involves changing the context, meaning, or perspective of a situation to create new possibilities or solutions. Use the meta model to identify language patterns that may benefit from reframing, and then explore alternative ways of thinking or perceiving the situation. Metaprograms are mental filters that influence how we process information and make decisions. Being aware of your own and others' metaprograms can help you tailor your communication and questions when using the meta model. Some common metaprograms include motivation direction, toward versus away from, internal versus external frame of reference, and global versus specific thinking. Presuppositions of NLP, the underlying principles or presuppositions of NLP provide a foundation for applying the meta model effectively. Some key presuppositions include the idea that everyone has their unique model of the world, the map is not the territory, and communication is more than just words. Keeping these principles in mind can guide your approach when using the meta model.
Chapter/section. Thresholds of perception.
You know the saying, he's a few bricks short of load, or she's a few cards short of a full deck. Well, sometimes we're not always operating at our perceptive best. Thresholds of perception can be understood as the point at which a person becomes aware of a specific stimulus or information. Miller's Law, which refers to the idea that humans can handle about 5 to 9 chunks of information in their short-term memory, is related to this concept. It highlights the cognitive limitations that affect our perception and processing of information. Thresholds of perception in NLP go beyond just cognitive limitations, though. They also encompass the points at which a person starts to notice changes in their emotions, beliefs, or behaviors. As NLP practitioners work with clients, they often help them identify and shift their thresholds of perception to enable personal growth and transformation. For our purposes, it will be about noticing and exploring the deep structure inherent in our daily communications. By becoming more aware of these thresholds and learning how to work with them, individuals can gain greater control over their internal experiences and external responses. Imagine discovering a powerful insight that can transform the way you communicate, learn, and even set goals in your personal life. That's the magic of Miller's Law. This simple yet profound concept reveals that we humans can handle about 5 to 9 chunks of information in our short-term memory. You might be thinking, how does that apply to my everyday life? Well, let me tell you, it's a game changer. First, let's talk about understanding complex ideas. When you come across a challenging concept, break it down into smaller, bite-sized pieces. By doing this, you're making it more digestible and easier for your brain to process. You'll find that tackling big ideas suddenly becomes a breeze. Now, communication is an essential aspect of our lives. Whether you're chatting with a friend or presenting at work, Miller's Law reminds you to keep your message clear and concise. By focusing on the essentials and being mindful of your listener's cognitive load, you'll notice a dramatic improvement in your communication skills. And what about building rapport and connecting with others? When you adapt your communication style to the other person's mental bandwidth, you'll find that conversations flow more smoothly and relationships strengthen. It's a simple yet effective way to improve your social interactions. Let's consider setting goals and personal development. We all have dreams, but sometimes they can feel overwhelming. By applying Miller's Law, you can break your goals into smaller, manageable tasks. This approach keeps you motivated and focused, allowing you to make consistent progress towards your aspirations. Lastly, learning new skills where information becomes more efficient when you leverage Miller's Law. By dividing the material into smaller chunks and pacing yourself, you'll avoid cognitive overload and retain the information more effectively.
Chapter/section. The presuppositions of NLP.
The presuppositions of NLP are a set of guiding principles or beliefs that underpin the practice of neuro-linguistic programming. While there are various versions and interpretations, here's a list of some common NLP presuppositions. 1. The map is not the territory. Our perception of reality is based on our individual experiences and interpretations, which means that our mental map of the world is not the same as the actual world itself. Two friends visit a restaurant and have completely different experiences. One loves the food and atmosphere, while the other finds it noisy and unappetizing. 2. Respect for the other person's model of the world. Each person has their unique perspective, and it is essential to respect and acknowledge these differences when communicating and working with others. A parent listens to their child's reasons for not wanting to join a sports team, rather than dismissing the child's feelings as unimportant. 3. Mind and body are interconnected. Our thoughts, emotions, and physiology are interconnected, which means that changes in one area can influence the others. Physical exercise can improve mood and reduce symptoms of depression or anxiety. 4. The meaning of communication is the response you get. Effective communication is not just about the words you say, but also the way they are received and understood by the listener. A team leader notices that their instructions are often misunderstood and decides to use clearer language and visual aids to improve communication. 5. There is no failure, only feedback. By viewing setbacks or mistakes as opportunities for learning and growth, we can develop a more adaptive and resilient mindset. A musician auditions for a talent show but doesn't make it to the next round. They use the experience to refine their performance skills and try again the following year. 6. Every behavior has a positive intention. All behaviors, even those that seem negative or unproductive, serve a purpose or meet a need for the individual. 7. People have all the resources they need to succeed. Everyone has the innate capacity to change, grow, and achieve their goals. The role of NLP is to help individuals access and utilize these resources effectively. An individual who struggles with social anxiety can learn techniques to manage anxiety and improve social skills through therapy, self-help resources, or support groups. 8. The best choice is the one that offers the most flexibility. The ability to adapt and respond to different situations is crucial for personal and professional success. A graphic designer who can work with various design software and styles will have more job opportunities and client satisfaction. 9. If one person can do something, anyone can learn to do it. By studying and modeling the strategies and behaviors of successful individuals, others can acquire the same skills and abilities. A person who wants to become a better public speaker can join a Toastmasters club to learn from experienced speakers and practice their skills. 10. The person with the most flexibility in their behavior has the most influence. Being able to adapt your communication style and approach to suit different situations and individuals allows you to be more influential and effective. A salesperson who can adapt their pitch to resonate with different customers' needs and preferences is more likely to close deals. 11. There is a positive intention behind every behavior. People generally act in ways that they believe will bring them some benefit, even if the behavior seems negative or counterproductive to others. A student who constantly interrupts the teacher during class may be trying to demonstrate their knowledge, signaling a need for acknowledgement or validation. 12. You cannot not communicate. Even when we are not speaking, our body language, facial expressions, and other nonverbal cues send messages to others. Rolling your eyes while someone is speaking can convey annoyance or disagreement, even if you don't verbally express those feelings.
Chapter/section. Neuro-linguistic programming and the metamodel.
A brief history of NLP and the metamodel. Neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, is a psychological approach that was developed in the 1970s by Richard Bandler, a mathematician and computer scientist, and John Grinder, a linguist. Their goal was to study and model exceptional individuals and understand the patterns of their behavior and communication. Bandler and Grinder started their work by examining and modeling the therapeutic techniques of renowned psychiatrist and family therapist Milton H. Erickson. They also studied the work of other prominent therapists, such as Fritz Perls, Gestalt therapy, and Virginia Satir, family therapy. By observing and analyzing the language patterns, behaviors, and beliefs of these successful therapists, Bandler and Grinder aimed to create a model for personal development and effective communication. The term neuro-linguistic programming was coined to represent the connection between our neurological processes, neuro, our native language, linguistic, and patterns of behavior and thought, programming. Bandler and Grinder believed that by understanding and altering these patterns, individuals could achieve personal transformation and improved communication skills. In their early development of NLP, Bandler and Grinder conducted workshops and training sessions to teach their techniques to others. They focused on modeling the successful strategies employed by experts in various fields, including therapy, business, education, and sports. Through their research and collaboration, they formulated a set of techniques and principles that formed the foundation of NLP. Bandler and Grinder published their first book, The Structure of Magic, in 1975. This book introduced the idea of metamodeling, which involved identifying and challenging linguistic patterns that limit a person's thinking and communication. They later published additional works, including Frogs into Princes and Transformations, which further expanded on the concepts and applications of NLP. Richard has always tried to emphasize that The Structure of Magic was a book about what therapists did and that using the metamodel in that manner isn't the most effective way of using it. So if you do read that book, be advised that using the metamodel the way it's explained in that book may have people feeling like you're their therapist, or worse, an interrogator. They used to call those types of people metamonsters back when NLP first began, constantly challenging people's metamodel distinctions. It's much better to have a more elegant approach with how you use this knowledge in your everyday life. Now, brace yourself for a grand journey down the NLP rabbit hole. Conceived in the 1970s as a modest exploration into the workings of psychotherapy, NLP has since ballooned into a universal phenomenon. Its footprint now spans across an astonishing array of fields, from business to coaching, from education to personal development, and beyond. Richard Bandler, the trailblazer who helped ignite this revolution, has seen his brainchild infiltrate the upper echelons of not just the psychotherapy world, but also distinguished organizations like NASA, intelligence agencies, and the corporate titans of the Fortune 500. Quite the odyssey, wouldn't you say? Yet, in a twist of comedic irony that rivals the best of farces, there exists a faction insistent on dismissing NLP as a pseudoscience. They would have you believe that this tool, so potent it's caught the attention of space agencies and top-tier corporations, is as whimsical as divination through tea leaves or crystal balls. The absurdity of the notion is a glorious testament to the capricious humor of our shared human experience. But it doesn't stop there. This NLP thing, it's like a living organism, constantly evolving. You've got practitioners and trainers all over the globe, each adding their own unique spice to the mix, leading to all these different flavors of NLP. It's a veritable feast for the mind. Among the many practitioners, I must admit, I have a special admiration for Bandler. There's a certain cosmic quality to his approach that resonates deeply with me. His work in NLP, akin to a compass, provides direction in the intricate maze of human understanding and communication. His impact is undeniable, a bright beacon in the fascinating journey of NLP. It's worth noting that the scientific validity of NLP has been a subject of debate, with critics arguing that it lacks empirical evidence and rigorous scientific backing. However, I find such criticism to be unfounded and even ridiculous. NLP is primarily concerned with subjective experiences, and attempting to scientifically validate such experiences is an inherently flawed endeavor. There are too many variables involved with the experiment, the subject, and the experimenter, making it almost impossible to conduct a proper scientific study of NLP. Nevertheless, many people still find value in NLP techniques and principles as a means of personal growth and enhancing communication skills, because if you actually know what you're doing with the information, it really is magic. The metamodel specifically is a core component of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, which was developed in the early 1970s by Richard Bandler, a psychology student, and John Grinder, a linguistics professor. Their collaboration aimed to understand how people process information, communicate, and create change in themselves and others. The metamodel was inspired by the work of several prominent figures as mentioned, including Noam Chomsky, a linguist whose transformational generative grammar theory laid the foundation for understanding the deep structure of language and how surface language can be transformed to reveal the deeper meaning. Fritz Perls, the founder of Gestalt therapy, who emphasized the importance of experiencing the present moment and paying attention to body language and nonverbal cues. Virginia Satir, a family therapist, who focused on improving communication and fostering healthy relationships within families. Milton Erickson, a psychiatrist and hypnotherapist, whose indirect and conversational approach to hypnosis influenced the development of many NLP techniques. The metamodel is a key component of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, developed by Richard Bandler and John Grinder. It is a linguistic tool designed to uncover and challenge the limiting beliefs, assumptions, and distortions in a person's thinking and communication. The term metamodel refers to the idea of going beyond the surface structure of language to identify the underlying patterns and meanings. It allows individuals to become aware of their language patterns and how they shape their perceptions and experiences of the world. The metamodel operates on the principle that language is not a direct representation of reality, but rather a filtered and subjective interpretation of it, which closely aligns with the precepts, principles of quantum physics itself. It suggests that individuals delete, distort, and generalize information unconsciously, leading to limitations in their thinking and communication. The metamodel consists of a set of linguistic patterns or categories that help identify and challenge these limitations. To reiterate, the main categories include deletion, This occurs when specific information is left out or omitted. By questioning deletions, the metamodel aims to recover the missing information and gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Distortion. Distortions involve altering or misrepresenting information. The metamodel challenges distortions by seeking clarification and asking for specific details. Generalization. Generalizations involve making broad, sweeping statements based on limited evidence or experiences. The metamodel challenges generalizations by requesting specific instances and counterexamples. By using precise language and asking targeted questions, the metamodel helps individuals to become aware of the underlying assumptions, beliefs, and thought processes that influence their perception of reality. It aims to create more accurate and empowering representations of experience by challenging and expanding the individual's linguistic and cognitive maps.
Chapter/section. Book layout.
This book is mindfully assembled into 3 comprehensive sections, each focusing on a specific aspect of the metamodel. The layout is designed to facilitate a deeper understanding of each component and to help you progressively build your mastery of the metamodel as you move through the book. Here's a brief overview of the sections. Section 1, Deletions. In this section, we delve into the concept of deletions, exploring the various ways information can be omitted or left unsaid in communication. You'll learn how to identify different types of deletions and understand their impact on the clarity and effectiveness of communication. By the end of this section, you'll be equipped with the skills to spot deletions and address them in both written and verbal contexts. Section 2, Generalizations. Section 2 is dedicated to generalizations, a common language pattern that involves simplifying or generalizing complex information. We'll examine the different forms of generalizations and their effects on understanding and decision-making. Through practical examples and exercises, you will develop the ability to recognize and challenge generalizations, leading to more accurate and nuanced communication. Section 3, Distortions. The final section focuses on distortions, which occur when information is altered, exaggerated, or misrepresented in communication. We'll explore various distortion patterns and their implications for effective communication, relationships, and problem solving. By the end of this section, you will be proficient in identifying distortions and addressing them to facilitate clearer, more accurate conversations. By familiarizing yourself with each section and engaging with the practical exercises and examples provided, you will be well on your way to mastering the NLP metamodel. This comprehensive understanding will empower you to improve your communication skills, both written and verbal, leading to more effective and meaningful interactions in all areas of your life. The 3 main sections of this book, deletions, generalizations, and distortions, are further divided into subsections, or parts, that delve into the finer details and intricacies of each distinction within the NLP metamodel. This structure allows for a comprehensive and thorough exploration of each aspect of the metamodel, enabling you to fully understand and apply these distinctions in various communication contexts. Within each part, you'll find clear explanations, real-life examples, and practical exercises that help to illuminate the specific distinctions and their applications. By progressively working through these parts, you'll develop a deep understanding of the various language patterns, their effects on communication, and how to address them effectively. By breaking down each section into its individual distinctions, the book ensures that you build a solid foundation in the metamodel, equipping you with the knowledge and skills necessary to enhance your communication abilities and enrich your personal and professional interactions.
Section title, Section 1, Deletion. First up is Deletion Overview List.
Discover the power of deletions in neuro-linguistic programming. In this section, we'll explore the different deletion distinctions in the NLP metamodel and how they shape our understanding of communication. By examining these distinctions, you'll be better equipped to identify and address the ways in which information can be omitted or left unsaid, ultimately enhancing the clarity and effectiveness of your communication. Check out our carefully formatted list of deletion distinctions in the NLP metamodel. Simple deletions, key instances where important information is left out in communication. Unspecified nouns, ambiguous or vague references to people, objects, or concepts. Unspecified verbs, verbs that lack sufficient detail or specificity, leaving room for interpretation. Comparative deletions, comparisons made without clearly stating the basis or subject being compared. Nominalizations, abstract nouns formed from verbs or adjectives that can make communication less clear and specific. By delving into these distinctions and familiarizing yourself with the concepts and examples provided, you'll develop a comprehensive understanding of deletions and their impact on communication. This knowledge will serve as a powerful tool for improving your communication skills, both written and verbal, in any context. So blast off into the world of NLP and deletions and take your communication skills to the next level.
Section title: Simple Deletions.
Simple deletions, omitting crucial information from a statement, creating potential confusion or misinterpretation. You know, simple deletions take place when essential elements from the deep structure, the full meaning, get lost in translation to the surface structure, the words we actually use. This can lead to unclear or ambiguous statements, making it challenging for the listener to truly grasp the intended message and unlock their full understanding. You know, when we explore simple deletions in NLP, it's fascinating to see how many factors come into play. One of the most crucial aspects is the context. As you listen, I invite you to consider the situation, the speaker's background, and your relationship with them. Doing so will allow you to better interpret the message and ask those clarifying questions that really make a difference. It's also essential to remember the nonverbal cues, like facial expressions, body language, and tone of voice. These cues can reveal so much more about what's really being said, helping you address simple deletions with a deeper understanding. Now, as humans, we all have our biases and assumptions. It's important to be aware of these when interpreting a message with simple deletions. I encourage you to approach the conversation with an open mind, setting aside any biases you might have. Creating an environment where the speaker feels comfortable sharing more information is key to addressing simple deletions effectively. Practice empathy, active listening, and respectful communication to foster trust and openness. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Try engaging in role-play exercises and real-life scenarios to hone your skills in identifying and addressing simple deletions. This hands-on practice will help solidify your understanding and improve your communication skills. And don't forget, every conversation is unique. The strategies you use to address simple deletions may need to be adjusted based on the context and the individuals involved. It's essential to stay flexible and adaptable in your approach. Lastly, patience is invaluable when addressing simple deletions. It may take time for the speaker to provide the necessary information or for you to fully understand the message. So, be patient and allow the conversation to unfold naturally, as this will lead to more meaningful and effective communication. Simple deletions can occur in various forms. 1. Unspecified nouns. The speaker omits important details about a person, place, thing, or idea. Example: he made me angry. In this case, the listener doesn't know who he is. A clarifying question like "who specifically made you angry" can help uncover the missing information. 2. Unspecified adjectives or adverbs. The speaker leaves out specifics about the quality or intensity of something. Example: this cake is delicious. While the statement is positive, it doesn't provide any information on why the cake is delicious. Asking what specifically makes this cake delicious can help elicit more detail. 3. Unspecified time. The speaker omits information about when something happened or will happen. Example: we had a great time. Without knowing when this happened, it's difficult to understand the context. Asking when specifically did you have a great time can provide the necessary details. To address simple deletions, it's crucial to ask clarifying questions that help uncover the missing information. By doing so, you can promote better understanding and more effective communication between individuals. Keep in mind that people often use simple deletions unconsciously, so it's important to approach these situations with curiosity and a desire to understand the speaker's perspective. Key points. 1. Simple deletions are a type of language pattern in NLP where specific details are omitted from a statement, making it unclear or vague. 2. They can lead to misunderstandings and misinterpretations, as the listener might not have enough information to accurately understand the speaker's message. 3. Simple deletions can occur in various forms, such as unspecified nouns, adjectives, adverbs, or time. 4. To address simple deletions, it's essential to ask clarifying questions that help reveal the missing information. Strategies to address simple deletions. 1. Identify simple deletions. Listen carefully to the speaker and notice any statements that lack specific information or are ambiguous. Be aware that people often use simple deletions unconsciously, so approach these situations with curiosity and empathy. 2. Ask clarifying questions. Use open-ended questions that encourage the speaker to provide more details. Some examples include: what specifically do you mean by that? Can you give me more information about? Who or what are you referring to? When did this happen, or when will it happen? 3. Reflect and confirm. Once the speaker has provided more information, reflect it back to them to confirm your understanding. This step ensures that both parties are on the same page and minimizes misunderstandings. Example: speaker, I'm really stressed at work. Listener, what specifically is causing your stress at work? Speaker, I have too many projects and deadlines. Listener, so, you're stressed because you're juggling multiple projects and deadlines at work. Is that correct? Given the importance of effective communication in various aspects of life, it is crucial to deepen your understanding of simple deletions and how to address them appropriately. So, what are the implications of simple deletions? When simple deletions are left unaddressed in communication, they can create gaps in understanding and fuel misinterpretations. For instance, in a work setting, if a project manager tells a team member, "Work on this," without specifying what this refers to, it can cause confusion and delay in project completion. In a personal relationship, a statement like, "You're always doing that," without specifying what that is, can lead to misunderstandings and potentially conflicts. Therefore, learning to identify and address simple deletions is crucial to promote clearer communication, whether in personal relationships, professional settings, or any social interaction. Now, let's discuss some common barriers to addressing simple deletions. 1. Limited awareness. Many people aren't aware of simple deletions or how they impact communication. Education and practice are key to overcoming this barrier. 2. Assumptions. Often, listeners fill in the blanks of simple deletions with their own assumptions, which can lead to misunderstandings. Always seek clarification instead of assuming. 3. Fear of offending. Some people may avoid asking clarifying questions for fear of appearing ignorant or offending the speaker. Remember, it's better to ask for clarity than to misinterpret the message. 4. Complex conversational dynamics. In some situations, power dynamics, societal norms, or the nature of the relationship may hinder the listener from seeking clarification. To overcome these barriers, consider the following tips. 1. Cultivate self-awareness. Pay attention to your listening habits. Notice when you're filling in the blanks of simple deletions with your own assumptions. 2. Practice non-judgmental listening. Stay open-minded and avoid jumping to conclusions when listening to others. 3. Communicate respectfully. When asking clarifying questions, be respectful. Show that your intention is to understand, not to challenge or criticize. 4. Promote open communication. Foster an environment where everyone feels comfortable asking questions and seeking clarification. Remember, the goal of addressing simple deletions is to promote understanding and effective communication. It's not about catching people in their language patterns or criticizing them for being unclear. Approach the process with a spirit of curiosity, openness, and respect. To conclude, simple deletions are common in everyday communication and can lead to misunderstandings if left unaddressed. Identifying and addressing simple deletions involves active listening, asking clarifying questions, reflecting and confirming understanding, and practicing these skills. Barriers to addressing simple deletions can be overcome with awareness, non-judgmental listening, respectful communication, and promoting open communication. By mastering the skill of addressing simple deletions, you can greatly enhance your communication skills and build stronger, more effective relationships with others.
Section title: Real-life examples and practical exercises.
Understanding simple deletions. Simple deletions are an important concept in communication where specific information is omitted in a statement or a sentence. This is often unintentional and may lead to misinterpretation or ambiguity. To improve communication, it is crucial to identify these deletions and ask clarifying questions. Here are some real-life examples and practical exercises to help understand and work with simple deletions. Real-life examples of simple deletions. 1. They told me it's too late.
Who specifically told you?
2. It's just too difficult. What specifically is too difficult? 3. I tried everything.
What specific things did you try?
4. People don't understand me.
Which people don't understand you?
5. Something went wrong.
What specifically went wrong?
6. You should be more careful.
In what specific situation should the person be more careful?
7. I can't do that.
What specific action can't you do?
8. She was upset.
What specifically upset her?
9. They're always late.
Who is always late, and when do they arrive late?
10. It's not a good idea.
What specific idea is not good?
11. We lost the game.
Who specifically are we, and what game was lost?
12. It's raining again.
Where specifically is it raining?
13. The boss isn't happy.
With what specifically is the boss unhappy?
14. I love this food.
What specific food do you love?
15. This is just how things are.
What specifically is this, and what are things?
16. It's all messed up.
What specifically is messed up?
17. They never listen.
Who specifically never listens, and what don't they listen to?
18. It's going to be tough.
What specifically is going to be tough?
19. You're always so careless.
In what specific situations is the person being careless?
20. We can't go there.
Where specifically can't you go, and why not?
Practical exercises for simple deletions. 1. Listen to a news report or podcast and identify any simple deletions present in the content. Write down the statements and try to fill in the missing information with more specific language. 2. Observe everyday conversations between friends, family, or coworkers. Notice when simple deletions occur and mentally rephrase the statement to make it more specific. 3. Choose a topic and write a short paragraph about it, deliberately using simple deletions. Then, read your paragraph and challenge yourself to identify and rephrase the deletions, making the content more specific and clear. 4. Role-play conversations with a partner, taking turns to deliberately use simple deletions. The other person should then practice asking clarifying questions to uncover the missing information. 5. Record yourself speaking on a topic for a few minutes, and then listen back to the recording. Identify any simple deletions in your speech and practice rephrasing the statements with more specific language. 6. Read a book or an article and underline all the simple deletions you can find. Then, make a list of specific words or phrases that could replace the deletions. 7. During a conversation, whenever you notice a simple deletion, ask the speaker to be more specific. This exercise will not only improve your listening skills, but also enhance your questioning abilities. 8. Watch a movie or a television show and listen for simple deletions in the dialogue. Pause and write down the sentence, then brainstorm ways it could be made more specific. 9. Write a short story using as many simple deletions as possible. Then revise the story, replacing the deletions with more specific language. 10. Create a dialogue between two characters using simple deletions. Then rewrite the dialogue, removing the deletions and making the conversation more specific and precise. By consistently practicing these exercises and engaging with various forms of communication, you will get better at identifying and addressing simple deletions. This will make your own communication more effective, and you will become a more careful and thoughtful listener, capable of seeking out and filling in missing information in conversations.
Section title: Unspecified nouns.
Unspecified nouns, general or vague nouns that lack specific details or references. Unspecified referential index, the absence of a clear reference to the person, object, or event that the noun refers to.
Section title: Unspecified referential index.
Unspecified referential index arises when the specific reference to a person, object, or event in the deep structure, the complete meaning, becomes unclear during its transformation into the surface structure, the actual words used. This can lead to ambiguous statements, as the listener may struggle to identify who or what the speaker is referring to. Unspecified referential index is a type of simple deletion found in NLP, where a pronoun or another reference is used without specifying the person, object, or entity it refers to. This can lead to ambiguity and miscommunication, as the listener might not have enough context to accurately understand the speaker's message. To help you fully and comprehensively understand unspecified referential index, let's look at its key characteristics, examples, and strategies to address it. Key characteristics. 1. Unspecified referential index occurs when a pronoun, example, he, she, they, it, or another reference, example, this, that, is used without clear indication of the subject. 2. It can lead to confusion or misinterpretation, as the listener may struggle to determine who or what the speaker is referring to. Examples. 1. She said the meeting was a success. In this case, the listener doesn't know who she is. A clarifying question like who specifically said the meeting was a success can help uncover the missing information. 2. They didn't like the presentation. Without knowing who they are, it's difficult to understand the speaker's message. Asking who specifically didn't like the presentation can provide the necessary context. Strategies to address unspecified referential index. 1. Identify the unspecified referential index. Listen carefully to the speaker and notice any statements that include pronouns or references without clear indication of the subject. Be aware that people often use unspecified referential index unconsciously, so approach these situations with curiosity and empathy. 2. Ask clarifying questions. Use open-ended questions that encourage the speaker to provide more details about the person, object, or entity being referred to. Examples of such questions include:
Who specifically are you referring to? What person or thing are you talking about? Can you provide more information about who or what you mean?
3. Reflect and confirm. Once the speaker has provided more information, reflect it back to them to confirm your understanding. This step ensures that both parties are on the same page and minimizes misunderstandings. By understanding unspecified referential index and employing strategies to address it, you can improve your communication skills and foster clearer, more effective conversations. As we can see, unspecified referential index is a pattern that involves the use of pronouns or other referential words without a clear antecedent, a thing or event that existed before or logically precedes another, or preceding in time or order, previous or pre-existing, leading to confusion about who or what is being referred to. Identifying and addressing unspecified referential index in communication can help to clarify the intended meaning and promote more effective communication. Here are some explanations and examples of unspecified referential index. 1. Ambiguous pronouns. Unspecified referential index can involve the use of pronouns without a clear antecedent, making it difficult to determine who or what is being referred to. Example 1. Statement: When John and Mike went to the store, he bought a soda. Unspecified referential index. He clarified statement: When John and Mike went to the store, John bought a soda. In this example, the pronoun he is ambiguous and does not provide clear information about which person bought the soda. By clarifying the statement, the speaker provides a more accurate and specific description of the event. 1. Vague referential words. Unspecified referential index can also involve the use of vague referential words, such as it, that, or this, without a clear antecedent. Example 2. Statement: She told her friend about the problem, and it was resolved. Unspecified referential index. It clarified statement: She told her friend about the scheduling conflict, and the conflict was resolved. In this case, the referential word it is vague and does not provide clear information about the specific problem that was resolved. By clarifying the statement, the speaker provides a more detailed and accurate description of the situation. Identifying and addressing unspecified referential index. To address unspecified referential index, it's important to identify the ambiguous referential words and consider how they can be replaced with more specific and clear language. Example 3, statement. After the meeting, they discussed the issue and found a solution. Unspecified referential index. They and the issue clarified statement. After the meeting, Susan and Tom discussed the budget shortfall and found a solution to reduce expenses. In this example, addressing the unspecified referential index involves providing more specific information about the individuals involved and the issue they discussed, promoting a greater understanding of the situation. By recognizing and addressing unspecified referential index, you can encourage individuals to focus on clear and specific communication, promoting better understanding and more effective problem solving. This can help to facilitate more accurate and meaningful communication, which is essential for understanding complex situations and relationships between events and experiences. Let's delve a little bit deeper into unspecified referential index by discussing its implications and providing more examples. Implications of unspecified referential index. 1. Miscommunication. Unspecified referential index can lead to miscommunication, as listeners may struggle to understand who or what is being referred to, causing confusion and potential misunderstandings. 2. Ineffective problem solving. Ambiguous referential language can make it difficult to identify the specific issues or actions that need to be addressed, hindering effective problem solving and decision making. 3. Imprecise language. The use of unspecified referential index can contribute to imprecise language, which may undermine the clarity and effectiveness of communication. Additional examples. Example 4, statement. When Jane and Sarah went to the conference, she presented her research. Unspecified referential index. She clarified statement. When Jane and Sarah went to the conference, Jane presented her research. In this example, the pronoun she is ambiguous, making it unclear which person presented their research at the conference. By clarifying the statement, the speaker provides a more accurate and specific description of the event. Example 5, statement. The company implemented new software, but it didn't meet expectations. Unspecified referential index. It clarified statement. The company implemented new project management software, but the software didn't meet expectations. In this case, the referential worded is vague and does not provide clear information about what specifically did not meet expectations. By clarifying the statement, the speaker provides a more detailed and accurate description of the situation. Example 6, statement. They should address this issue as soon as possible. Unspecified referential index. They and this issue clarified statement. The marketing team should address the low engagement rates on social media as soon as possible. In this example, addressing the unspecified referential index involves providing more specific information about the individuals involved and the issue they should address, promoting a greater understanding of the situation. Addressing unspecified referential index involves promoting critical thinking, open-mindedness, and a focus on clear and specific communication. This can help individuals develop a more accurate understanding of complex situations and relationships between events and experiences, ultimately leading to better decision-making and problem-solving. By recognizing and addressing unspecified referential index in communication, you can facilitate clearer communication and a more nuanced understanding of complex situations. Impact on written communication. Unspecified referential index is not limited to verbal communication alone. It also influences written communication in significant ways. It can appear in essays, emails, reports, and even casual text messages. Misunderstandings due to unspecified referential index in written communication may lead to potential conflicts, inefficiencies, and misinterpretations of vital information. For instance, in an email correspondence, if a message reads, "He has approved the request," without previous mention of who he refers to, it can lead to confusion about who gave the approval. A clearer sentence would be, "The department head, Mr. Smith, has approved the request." Improving written communication. To avoid unspecified referential index in written communication, the writer should 1. Ensure each pronoun has a clear antecedent within the text. 2. Always specify who or what is being referred to, especially when introducing a new topic or person. 3. Avoid using vague language and strive for precision and clarity. 4. Reread the document to ensure that all references are clear and understandable. 5. Consider the reader's perspective and provide enough context for them to understand. Example, incorrect. They've said it won't work. Correct. The engineering team has said this prototype won't work. In the corrected sentence, it's clear who they are and what it refers to. Unspecified referential index in everyday conversations and casual conversation. Unspecified referential index can often lead to misunderstandings, as people may incorrectly guess who or what the speaker is referring to. Example, statement, she's bringing the dessert for the party. Clarified statement, Mary is bringing the dessert for the party. If the listener isn't aware who she is, they might make incorrect assumptions or need to ask further questions for clarification. Final thoughts. Understanding and addressing unspecified referential index is a valuable skill for improving communication in all aspects of life. By being aware of it, you can make your messages clearer and reduce misunderstandings, contributing to more efficient and effective communication. Whether in professional or personal settings, striving for specificity and clarity in communication is always beneficial. Keep in mind that while it's important to reduce the use of unspecified referential index in our own communication, it's equally vital to develop strategies to effectively handle it when others use it. Patience, open-ended questions, and a keen ear for context can help decode the intended message.
Section title: Real-life examples and practical exercises. For unspecified referential index.
Understanding unspecified referential index. The unspecified referential index is a linguistic concept where the subject, usually represented by pronouns like they, it, this, etc., in a sentence is vague or unspecified. This often leads to ambiguity and misunderstanding. It's crucial to identify these instances and ask for clarification to ensure effective communication. Here are expanded real-life examples and practical exercises for understanding and working with an unspecified referential index. Real-life examples of unspecified referential index. They say it's going to rain today.
Who specifically says it's going to rain?
Everybody is talking about the new restaurant.
Which specific people are talking about the new restaurant?
Someone told me that the meeting was canceled.
Who specifically told you?
You should try this, it's really good.
What specifically is this that you recommend?
I heard that they're planning a surprise party.
Who specifically is planning a surprise party?
People always complain about the traffic here.
Which people are complaining?
They never listen to me.
Who specifically isn't listening to you?
This is what they want.
Who specifically wants this?
Everyone loves that movie.
Which specific people love the movie?
They think it's a bad idea.
Who specifically thinks it's a bad idea?
They won the match.
Who specifically won the match?
It happened again.
What specifically happened again?
Everyone is going to the party.
Who specifically is going to the party?
You should see this.
What specifically is this that I should see?
They expect too much from me.
Who specifically expects too much from you?
She said it was a mistake.
What specifically was a mistake?
It's not that simple.
What specifically is not simple?
They've changed the rules.
Who specifically has changed the rules, and what rules are being referred to?
People should be more considerate.
Which people should be more considerate, and in what ways?
This is a breakthrough.
What specifically is a breakthrough?
Practical exercises for unspecified referential index. Listen to a news report or podcast and identify any instances of unspecified referential index present in the content. Write down the statements and try to fill in the missing information with more specific language. Observe everyday conversations between friends, family, or coworkers. Notice when unspecified referential index occurs and mentally rephrase the statement to make it more specific. Choose a topic and write a short paragraph about it, deliberately using unspecified referential index. Then, read your paragraph and challenge yourself to identify and rephrase the instances of unspecified referential index, making the content more specific and clear. Role-play conversations with a partner, taking turns to deliberately use unspecified referential index. The other person should then practice asking clarifying questions to uncover the missing information. Record yourself speaking on a topic for a few minutes and then listen back to the recording. Identify any unspecified referential index in your speech and practice rephrasing the statements with more specific language. Read a novel or a newspaper article and highlight any instances of unspecified referential index. Write down the sentences and try to fill in the missing information with specific details. During a group discussion or meeting, notice when an unspecified referential index is used. Ask the speaker to provide more specifics to improve clarity. Write an essay or report using many instances of unspecified referential index. Then, review your work and replace each instance with more specific details. Develop a dialogue between two characters using unspecified referential index. Then, rewrite the dialogue, making the conversation more specific and precise. In a conversation with a friend or colleague, deliberately use unspecified referential index, then reveal the specifics to highlight the difference in understanding. By frequently practicing these exercises and engaging with various forms of communication, you will improve your ability to identify and handle instances of unspecified referential index. This will enhance your own communication and your capacity to understand others, fostering clearer and more effective conversations.
Section title: Lack of referential index.
Lack of referential index, similar to unspecified referential index, it refers to the absence of specific references to people, objects, or concepts. Lack of referential index occurs when a noun in the deep structure, the complete meaning, is not linked to a specific person, object, or event while it is converted into the surface structure, the actual words used. This results in a statement that may be vague or confusing, as the listener is unable to determine the precise subject being discussed. You know, in the world of NLP, there's this intriguing concept called lack of referential index. It's a type of simple deletion where a statement is so vague that you can't quite figure out who or what it refers to. This little trick our minds play on us can lead to all sorts of confusion and misunderstandings, so it's worth understanding and learning how to tackle. Let me give you a couple of examples to illustrate what I mean. Imagine someone says, "People say it's a great place." Now, you might be wondering, which people? What place? Or if they say, "That was a great experience," you'd be scratching your head, thinking, what experience are they talking about? See, that's lack of referential index at work, hiding the real meaning behind ambiguity. Now, you might be thinking, how can I deal with this lack of referential index and get to the heart of the matter? Well, I've got some strategies for you. First, keep your ears open for those vague statements. When you hear one, recognize it as a lack of referential index, and remember that people often do this unconsciously. So be curious, empathetic, and ready to explore. Next, you'll want to ask some open-ended questions that gently coax out the missing information. For instance, you might ask, which people are you referring to? Or what specific thing or event are you talking about? The idea is to help the speaker reveal the hidden details and give you the context you need. Finally, after the speaker fills in the gaps, take a moment to reflect back what they said and confirm your understanding. This way, you both know you're on the same page and any misunderstandings are cleared up. By getting a handle on lack of referential index and putting these strategies into practice, you'll be fine-tuning your communication skills and ensuring that your conversations are crystal clear and effective. And who wouldn't want that, right? Lack of referential index, a type of simple deletion in NLP, occurs when a statement is vague or ambiguous due to the absence of a clear reference to a specific person, object, or entity. This can lead to misunderstandings and ineffective communication, as the listener might not have enough context to grasp the intended meaning of the speaker's message. To help you fully and comprehensively understand lack of referential index, let's explore its key characteristics, examples, and strategies to address it. Key characteristics. 1. Lack of referential index arises when a statement does not provide a clear reference to a person, object, or entity, leading to ambiguity. 2. It can cause confusion or misinterpretation, as the listener may struggle to identify the subject or topic of the conversation. Examples. 1. People say it's a great place. In this case, the listener doesn't know who people are and what specific place the speaker is referring to. A clarifying question like which people are saying this and what place are they talking about can help uncover the missing information. 2. That was a great experience. Without knowing what experience the speaker is referring to, it's difficult to understand the message. Asking what specific experience are you talking about can provide the necessary context. Strategies to address lack of referential index. 1. Identify the lack of referential index. Listen carefully to the speaker and notice any statements that lack a clear reference to a person, object, or entity. Approach these situations with curiosity and empathy, as people often use vague language unconsciously. 2. Ask clarifying questions. Use open-ended questions that encourage the speaker to provide more information about the subject or topic. Examples of such questions include:
Which people are you referring to? What specific thing or event are you talking about? Can you provide more details about the experience you mentioned?
3. Reflect and confirm. Once the speaker has provided more information, reflect it back to them to confirm your understanding. This step ensures that both parties are on the same page and minimizes misunderstandings. By understanding lack of referential index and employing strategies to address it, you can enhance your communication skills and promote clearer, more effective conversations. Let's now explore the reasons why people might use lack of referential index and its psychological implications. Reasons for use and psychological implications of lack of referential index. 1. Preserving privacy. People often use lack of referential index when they want to maintain privacy or confidentiality about certain aspects of their life or experiences. For instance, a person might say, "It was a tough period," without specifying the particular events or issues they faced. 2. Avoiding uncomfortable topics. Lack of referential index can serve as a linguistic strategy to avoid uncomfortable or controversial subjects. By not specifying the details, the speaker can bypass conversations they would prefer not to engage in. 3. Vagueness as a social strategy. At times, people use lack of referential index to create a social effect, such as intrigue, suspense, or humility. For example, a person might vaguely mention their achievement to appear modest, saying, "It was a significant achievement," without detailing what exactly they achieved. 4. Coping mechanism. Lack of referential index can also be a coping mechanism for traumatic or painful experiences. By being vague about such experiences, the speaker can avoid reliving distressing memories. Now that we've explored reasons and implications, let's go a step further and learn about some techniques to respond effectively to lack of referential index. Advanced strategies to deal with lack of referential index. While asking open-ended questions is a primary strategy, here are some additional techniques. 1. Active listening. Active listening involves fully concentrating on the speaker's words, asking clarifying questions, and providing feedback. By showing genuine interest, you encourage the speaker to open up and share more details. 2. Nonverbal cues. Paying attention to the speaker's body language, facial expressions, and tone of voice can provide additional clues about the context or emotion behind their words. 3. Empathetic response. If you sense that the lack of specificity is due to a sensitive or uncomfortable topic, respond with empathy and understanding. Avoid pushing too hard for details and let the speaker reveal information at their own pace. 4. Creating a safe space. If a person continually uses lack of referential index due to discomfort or fear, work on creating a safe and non-judgmental environment that encourages open communication. In conclusion, understanding and navigating the lack of referential index can greatly enhance your communication skills, empathy, and understanding of others. Recognize its uses, know when and how to seek clarifying information, and remember to respect the speaker's comfort and boundaries. This understanding will aid in fostering more open, effective, and meaningful conversations. Let's conclude this lesson with some reflective questions. Can you recall an instance when a lack of referential index led to a misunderstanding?
How did you handle it?
Think about a time when you intentionally used a lack of referential index.
What were your reasons for doing so?
How comfortable are you in asking clarifying questions when you encounter a lack of referential index? Do you feel more equipped now to recognize and address the lack of referential index? What changes do you plan to incorporate in your communication style? These questions will help consolidate your understanding and provide insights into how you can apply this knowledge in real-life scenarios. Remember, the goal of understanding NLP concepts like lack of referential index is not just about improving your communication, but also about promoting empathy, understanding, and meaningful connections with others. So, happy communicating!
Section title: Real-life examples and practical exercises. For lack of referential index.
Understanding lack of referential index. Lack of referential index refers to a communication pattern where an important part of the context is left out, typically an object or event. This can lead to ambiguity and confusion. To ensure effective communication, it's important to identify these instances and ask for clarification or provide the missing context. Here are some expanded real-life examples and practical exercises for understanding and working with a lack of referential index. Real-life examples of lack of referential index. It's a great place to visit.
What specific place is being referred to?
That was the best day of my life.
What specific day or event is the speaker referring to?
You need to bring that to the meeting.
What specific item should be brought to the meeting?
I can't believe what happened yesterday.
What specific event happened yesterday?
She said it was a good idea.
What specific idea is being referred to?
They're expecting a huge turnout for the event.
What event is being discussed?
He was really upset about it.
What specific thing caused the person to be upset?
I can't wait for the big day.
What specific day or occasion is the speaker referring to?
We've received several complaints about this issue.
What specific issue are the complaints about?
The news mentioned something important happening soon.
What specific important event was mentioned?
She likes that more.
What specific thing does she like more?
They always forget about it.
What specific thing do they always forget?
That's a good point.
What specific point is good?
You should try it sometime.
What specific thing should be tried?
I can't handle this anymore.
What specific thing can't be handled?
We need to focus on that.
What specific thing do we need to focus on?
They don't make them like that anymore.
What specific thing aren't they making like that anymore?
This doesn't make any sense.
What specific thing doesn't make sense?
That's not the way to do it.
What specific way is being referred to?
He couldn't believe it.
What specific thing couldn't he believe?
Practical exercises for lack of referential index. Choose a newspaper article or blog post and identify any instances of lack of referential index. Write down the statements and try to rephrase them with more specific information. Watch a TV show or movie and pay attention to instances of lack of referential index in the dialogue. Consider how you would ask clarifying questions to uncover the missing information. Write a short story or anecdote using lack of referential index intentionally. Afterward, go through the text and identify the instances of lack of referential index, rephrasing them with specific information. Engage in conversations with friends or family members, deliberately using lack of referential index. Pay attention to whether they ask clarifying questions or make assumptions about the missing information. Reflect on your own conversations and identify instances when you used lack of referential index. Practice rephrasing those statements with specific information and consider how that changes the clarity of your communication. During group discussions or debates, notice when lack of referential index is used and ask the speaker for specifics. Listen to a podcast or radio show and note instances of lack of referential index. Write these instances and think of how they could be clarified. Write an essay or report using many instances of lack of referential index. Then, review your work and replace each instance with more specific details. During a work meeting, take note of when lack of referential index is used. After the meeting, consider how the communication could have been clearer with specifics. Develop a dialogue between two characters using lack of referential index. Then, rewrite the dialogue, making the conversation more specific and precise. By consistently practicing these exercises and interacting with various forms of communication, you will improve your ability to identify and rectify instances of lack of referential index. This will enhance your own communication skills and your ability to understand others, leading to clearer and more effective conversations.
Section title: Unspecified verbs.
Unspecified verbs, vague or unclear verbs that lack specific details about the action or process being described. Unspecified verbs take place when the full details or specifics of an action in the deep structure, the complete meaning, are not included as it is transformed into the surface structure, the actual words used. This leads to a statement that may be unclear or open to interpretation, as the listener is unable to discern the exact nature of the action being described. Unspecified verbs are a type of simple deletion that occurs when a verb in a statement is vague or ambiguous, leaving out specific details about an action or process. This lack of clarity can lead to misunderstandings and ineffective communication, as the listener might not have enough context to accurately interpret the speaker's message. To help you fully and comprehensively understand unspecified verbs, let's examine its key characteristics, examples, and strategies to address it. Key characteristics. Unspecified verbs arise when a statement uses a vague or ambiguous verb, omitting specific details about an action or process. It can cause confusion or misinterpretation, as the listener may struggle to understand the intended meaning of the action or process in the statement. Examples. She improved the report. In this case, the listener doesn't know how exactly the report was improved. A clarifying question like "How specifically did she improve the report?" can help uncover the missing information. They resolved the issue. Without knowing how the issue was resolved, it's difficult to understand the speaker's message. Asking what steps did they take to resolve the issue can provide the necessary context. Strategies to address unspecified verbs. Identify the unspecified verb. Listen carefully to the speaker and notice any statements that include vague or ambiguous verbs. Approach these situations with curiosity and empathy, as people often use unspecified verbs unconsciously. Ask clarifying questions. Use open-ended questions that encourage the speaker to provide more details about the action or process. Examples of such questions include:
How specifically did they achieve that? What process did you go through to reach that outcome? Can you explain the steps you took to complete the task?
Reflect and confirm. Once the speaker has provided more information, reflect it back to them to confirm your understanding. This step ensures that both parties are on the same page and minimizes misunderstandings. Unspecified verbs are verbs that lack sufficient detail, which can create ambiguity and make it difficult to understand the intended meaning of a statement. Identifying and addressing unspecified verbs in communication can help to clarify the intended meaning and promote more effective communication. Here are some explanations and examples of unspecified verbs. Vague actions. Unspecified verbs can involve actions that are vague or unclear, making it difficult to understand the specific behaviors or processes being described. Example 1, statement: She managed the project. Unspecified verb, managed. Clarified statement: She planned, coordinated, and monitored the project's progress. In this example, the unspecified verb managed is vague and does not provide clear information about the specific actions or responsibilities involved in managing the project. By clarifying the statement, the speaker provides a more detailed and accurate description of the individual's role. Ambiguous processes. Unspecified verbs can also involve processes that are ambiguous, making it difficult to understand the nature or outcome of the process being described. Example 2, statement: The team improved their performance. Unspecified verb, improved. Clarified statement: The team increased their sales by 15% and reduced customer complaints by 10%. In this case, the unspecified verb improved is ambiguous and does not provide clear information about the specific aspects of performance that were improved. By clarifying the statement, the speaker provides a more detailed and accurate description of the team's progress. Identifying and addressing unspecified verbs. To address unspecified verbs, it's important to identify the underlying actions or processes and consider how they can be made more explicit and detailed. Example 3, statement: The company expanded its operations. Unspecified verb, expanded clarified statement. The company opened 3 new stores and increased its production capacity by 20%. In this example, addressing the unspecified verb expanded involves providing more specific information about the nature and extent of the company's expansion, promoting a greater understanding of the situation. Let's delve even deeper into unspecified verbs by discussing their implications and providing more examples. Implications of unspecified verbs. Imprecise communication. Unspecified verbs can lead to imprecise or unclear communication, making it difficult for others to understand the intended meaning or take appropriate action. Misinterpretation. Vague or ambiguous verbs can be open to multiple interpretations, potentially leading to confusion or miscommunication. Impact on decision-making. The use of unspecified verbs can hinder effective decision-making, as it may be challenging to identify the specific actions or processes that need to be addressed or changed. Additional examples. Example 4, statement, he fixed the issue. Unspecified verb, fixed clarified statement, he identified the source of the problem, replaced the faulty component, and tested the system to ensure it was functioning properly. In this example, the unspecified verb fixed is vague and does not provide clear information about the specific actions or steps involved in resolving the issue. By clarifying the statement, the speaker offers a more detailed and accurate description of the individual's actions. Example 5, statement, the government increased funding. Unspecified verb, increased clarified statement, the government allocated an additional $10 million to the education budget and $5 million to the healthcare budget. In this case, the unspecified verb increased is ambiguous and does not provide clear information about the specific areas where funding was increased or by how much. By clarifying the statement, the speaker provides a more detailed and accurate description of the government's actions. Example 6, statement, she changed her approach. Unspecified verb, changed clarified statement, she shifted her focus from traditional advertising to digital marketing and started using data-driven strategies to target her audience. Here, the unspecified verb changed is vague and does not provide clear information about the specific aspects of her approach that were altered. By clarifying the statement, the speaker offers a more detailed and accurate description of the individual's actions. Addressing unspecified verbs involves promoting critical thinking, open-mindedness, and a focus on specific actions and behaviors. This can help you develop a more accurate understanding of the relationships between events and experiences, ultimately leading to better decision-making and problem-solving. By recognizing and addressing unspecified verbs in communication, you can facilitate clearer communication and a more nuanced understanding of complex situations.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For unspecified verbs.
Understanding unspecified verbs. Unspecified verbs refer to when the action of the verb is not clearly specified or detailed in communication. This vagueness can lead to misunderstandings and ineffective communication. It's important to identify these instances and ask for clarification or provide the necessary specifics. Here are some expanded real-life examples and practical exercises for understanding and working with unspecified verbs. Real-life examples of unspecified verbs. She improved her performance.
In what way did she improve her performance?
They changed the company policy.
What specific changes were made to the policy?
He fixed the problem.
What did he do specifically to fix the problem?
She handled the situation.
What actions did she take to handle the situation?
They decided on a new strategy.
What specific decision was made about the new strategy?
The government is addressing the issue.
What specific actions is the government taking to address the issue?
He managed the project.
What specific actions did he take to manage the project?
The team developed the product.
What specific steps did the team take to develop the product?
She cleaned the house.
What specific actions did she take to clean the house?
He influenced the decision.
What specific actions or behaviors influenced the decision?
They completed the task.
What specific actions did they take to complete the task?
She studied for the test.
What specific study methods did she use for the test?
He examined the situation.
What specific methods did he use to examine the situation?
They explored the area.
What specific actions did they take while exploring the area?
She arranged the meeting.
What specific steps did she take to arrange the meeting?
He prepared the meal.
What specific steps did he take to prepare the meal?
They reviewed the document.
What specific actions did they take to review the document?
She organized the event.
What specific actions did she take to organize the event?
He trained for the marathon.
What specific training regimen did he follow for the marathon?
They evaluated the candidate.
What specific criteria did they use to evaluate the candidate?
Practical exercises for unspecified verbs. Choose a newspaper article or blog post and identify any instances of unspecified verbs. Write down the statements and try to rephrase them with more specific verbs or actions. Watch a TV show or movie and pay attention to instances of unspecified verbs in the dialogue. Consider how you would ask clarifying questions to uncover the specific actions taken. Write a short story or anecdote using unspecified verbs intentionally. Afterward, go through the text and identify the instances of unspecified verbs, rephrasing them with specific verbs or actions. Engage in conversations with friends or family members, deliberately using unspecified verbs. Pay attention to whether they ask clarifying questions or make assumptions about the specific actions taken. Reflect on your own conversations and identify instances when you used unspecified verbs. Practice rephrasing those statements with specific verbs and consider how that changes the clarity of your communication. Listen to a podcast or radio show and note instances of unspecified verbs. Write these instances and think of how they could be clarified. During a work meeting or group discussion, pay attention to instances of unspecified verbs and ask for specifics. Read a book and underline or highlight instances of unspecified verbs. Afterward, try to rephrase the sentences with more specific verbs. Write an email, essay, or report using many instances of unspecified verbs. Then, review your work and replace each instance with more specific actions. Role-play a conversation where one person uses a lot of unspecified verbs and the other person has to ask clarifying questions. By actively practicing these exercises and engaging with various forms of communication, you can develop a keen eye for identifying and rectifying instances of unspecified verbs. This can greatly enhance your own communication skills and your ability to understand others, leading to clearer and more effective conversations.
Section title: Comparative Deletions.
Comparative deletions, statements that make comparisons without specifying the basis for comparison or the items being compared. Comparative deletions occur when the basis for comparison in the deep structure, the complete meaning, is omitted during the transformation into the surface structure, the actual words used. This results in a statement that contains a comparison without specifying what the comparison is based on, leaving the listener with an unclear understanding of the intended meaning. Comparative deletions are a type of linguistic deletion in NLP that occurs when a statement makes a comparison without specifying the basis for that comparison. This lack of clarity can lead to misunderstandings and ineffective communication, as the listener might not have enough context to accurately interpret the speaker's intended meaning. To help you fully and comprehensively understand comparative deletions, let's explore their key characteristics, examples, and strategies to address them. Key characteristics. Comparative deletions arise when a statement makes a comparison without providing the necessary context or criteria for that comparison. It can cause confusion or misinterpretation, as the listener may struggle to understand the intended meaning of the comparison in the statement. Examples. This car is better than the other one. In this case, the listener doesn't know the specific criteria used to determine which car is better. A clarifying question like, "In what way is this car better than the other one?" can help uncover the missing information. She's happier now. Without knowing the basis for the comparison, it's difficult to understand the speaker's message. Asking what specifically makes her happier now compared to before can provide the necessary context. Strategies to address comparative deletions. Identify the comparative deletion, listen carefully to the speaker, and notice any statements that include comparisons without clear criteria. Approach these situations with curiosity and empathy, as people often use comparative deletions unconsciously. Ask clarifying questions. Use open-ended questions that encourage the speaker to provide more details about the basis for the comparison. Examples of such questions include:
In what way is this option better than the other one? Can you explain the specific criteria you're using for the comparison? What factors are you considering when making this comparison?
Reflect and confirm. Once the speaker has provided more information, reflect it back to them to confirm your understanding. This step ensures that both parties are on the same page and minimizes misunderstandings. Let's dive deeper into comparative deletions by discussing their nuances, why they occur, and additional strategies to address them effectively. Nuances of comparative deletions. Implicit assumptions. Comparative deletions often involve implicit assumptions that the listener may not be aware of. These assumptions can lead to misinterpretations if not addressed. Subjectivity. Comparisons are often subjective and may vary from person to person. Understanding the speaker's perspective is crucial to grasping the intended meaning behind the comparison. Why comparative deletions occur. Generalization. People often generalize their thoughts and experiences when communicating. In doing so, they might unintentionally omit specific details, leading to comparative deletions. Expediency. Sometimes, speakers use comparative deletions for the sake of brevity or to avoid providing detailed explanations. This can create ambiguity and confusion for the listener. Additional strategies to address comparative deletions. Explore the speaker's perspective. When addressing comparative deletions, try to understand the speaker's perspective and the factors influencing their judgment. This will provide valuable insights into the basis of the comparison. Encourage elaboration. Invite the speaker to elaborate on their comparison by sharing their thought process or experiences. This can help clarify the context and reveal any underlying assumptions. Use analogies. If the speaker struggles to explain the basis of the comparison, you can use analogies to facilitate understanding. Analogies can help the speaker relate their thoughts to familiar concepts or experiences. Provide your interpretation. If the speaker has difficulty providing more information, you can offer your interpretation of the comparison and ask for their feedback. This can help uncover the missing details and promote a mutual understanding. Let's go through some more examples and explanations to give you a comprehensive understanding of comparative deletions. Example 1. Statement: John's performance was worse this year. Comparative deletion. The statement compares John's performance this year to a previous time without specifying the criteria used for the comparison. Example: productivity, quality of work, etc. Clarifying question: What specific aspects of John's performance were worse this year compared to last year? Possible response: John's productivity decreased this year, and he had more errors in his work compared to last year. Example 2. Statement: This cake tastes richer. Comparative deletion. The statement compares the taste of the cake to another cake without specifying the basis of the comparison. Example: flavor, texture, ingredients, etc. Clarifying question: In what way does this cake taste richer compared to the other one? Possible response: This cake has a denser texture and a more intense chocolate flavor compared to the other cake. Example 3. Statement: Our team is more efficient now. Comparative deletion. The statement compares the team's efficiency to a previous time without specifying the criteria used for the comparison. Example: time management, task completion, resource allocation, etc. Clarifying question: What specific factors contribute to our team's increased efficiency now compared to before? Possible response: Our team has improved time management, streamlined our workflows, and better allocated resources, resulting in increased efficiency. In each of these examples, the initial statement contains a comparative deletion that omits the basis of the comparison. By asking clarifying questions, you can uncover the missing information and obtain a clearer understanding of the speaker's intended meaning. This comprehensive understanding will enable you to communicate more effectively, avoid misunderstandings, and foster better relationships in various personal and professional contexts. Here are 3 additional examples of comparative deletions in a family setting. Example 4, statement, the kids seem happier after school lately. Comparative deletion, the statement compares the happiness of the kids after school lately to a previous time without specifying the criteria used for the comparison, example, activities, social interactions, school performance, etc. Clarifying question, what specific aspects have made the kids happier after school lately compared to before? Possible response, they've joined an after-school club where they've made new friends and enjoy engaging in creative activities, which has made them happier. Example 5, statement, our family movie nights have become more fun. Comparative deletion, the statement compares the fun factor of recent family movie nights to previous ones without specifying the criteria used for the comparison, example, movie selection, atmosphere, snacks, etc. Clarifying question, what specific elements have made our family movie nights more fun compared to the previous ones? Possible response, we've started taking turns choosing movies, making themed snacks, and sharing our thoughts afterward, which has made our movie nights more interactive and fun. Example 6, statement, you're more patient with the kids now. Comparative deletion, the statement compares the level of patience with the kids now to a previous time without specifying the criteria used for the comparison, example, handling conflicts, teaching new skills, enforcing rules, etc. Clarifying question, in what ways do you think I've become more patient with the kids compared to before? Possible response, you're taking the time to listen to their concerns, explain things calmly, and show more understanding when they make mistakes, which demonstrates increased patience. In these family setting examples, each statement contains a comparative deletion that omits the basis of the comparison. By asking clarifying questions, you can uncover the missing information and obtain a clearer understanding of the speaker's intended meaning, leading to improved communication and stronger family relationships.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For comparative deletions.
Understanding comparative deletions. Comparative deletions refer to instances in communication where a comparison is made, but the reference point of comparison is omitted. This lack of clarity can lead to miscommunication or misunderstanding. Here are some expanded real-life examples and practical exercises to better understand and work with comparative deletions. Real-life examples of comparative deletions. This car is better.
Better than what?
Our service is faster.
Faster compared to what?
She's more experienced.
More experienced than whom?
His cooking is healthier.
Healthier compared to whose cooking?
That solution is more efficient.
More efficient than which alternative?
Their prices are cheaper.
Cheaper compared to whose prices?
This method is more reliable.
More reliable than what other method?
Her presentation was clearer.
Clearer than whose presentation?
This software is more user-friendly.
More user-friendly compared to what other software?
The new version is more advanced.
More advanced compared to the previous version or another product?
She sings better.
Better than who?
This route is shorter.
Shorter compared to which route?
He is taller.
Taller than whom?
My recipe is tastier.
Tastier compared to whose recipe?
Their team is stronger.
Stronger than which team?
He learns faster.
Faster than who?
This book is more interesting.
More interesting than which book?
Her design is more creative.
More creative than whose design?
The new model is more efficient.
More efficient than the old model or a different one?
He drives safer.
Safer than who?
Practical exercises for comparative deletions. Choose a newspaper article, blog post, or advertisement and identify any instances of comparative deletions. Write down the statements and try to rephrase them with the missing comparative information. Watch a TV show, movie, or commercial and pay attention to instances of comparative deletions in the dialogue or script. Consider how you would ask clarifying questions to uncover the missing comparisons. Write a short story or anecdote using comparative deletions intentionally. Afterward, go through the text and identify the instances of comparative deletions, rephrasing them with the specific comparative information. Engage in conversations with friends or family members, deliberately using comparative deletions. Pay attention to whether they ask clarifying questions or make assumptions about the missing comparisons. Reflect on your own conversations and identify instances when you used comparative deletions. Practice rephrasing those statements with specific comparative information and consider how that changes the clarity of your communication. Review marketing materials or sales pitches and note instances of comparative deletions. Consider how these statements could be clarified with the missing comparative information. In your daily reading, watch out for comparative deletions. How do they affect your understanding of the material? Role-play a sales conversation where one person uses comparative deletions in their pitch and the other person has to ask clarifying questions. Write a product comparison without specifying the reference product, then revise the text to include the missing information. During group discussions or debates, identify comparative deletions and seek clarification. Notice the impact on the clarity of the arguments. By actively practicing these exercises and engaging with various forms of communication, you can develop a sharp sense for identifying and rectifying instances of comparative deletions. This can greatly enhance your own communication skills and your ability to understand others, leading to clearer and more effective conversations.
Section title, Nominalizations. One of my favorites.
Nominalizations, the process of transforming verbs or adjectives into nouns, making the action or process less clear and more abstract. Nominalizations occur when verbs or adjectives from the deep structure, the complete meaning, are transformed into nouns during the conversion to the surface structure, the actual words used. This process can make the action or process less clear, as it obscures the original meaning and may cause confusion or ambiguity for the listener trying to understand the intended meaning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow language enthusiasts, today I have the pleasure of introducing you to a fascinating linguistic concept that was one of the most eye-opening for me when I first learned NLP, known as nominalizations. Nominalizations can be thought of as the chameleons of language, blending in and transforming the way we express our thoughts and ideas. They often hide in plain sight, masquerading as ordinary nouns while concealing the true actions and processes behind them. Nominalizations occur when verbs or adjectives are transformed into nouns, causing a subtle shift in the way information is presented. Imagine a painter who captures a scene of dancers gracefully moving across a stage. When the painter transforms this scene into a still image, the dynamic energy of the dance is captured in a moment, but the fluidity of the motion is lost. Similarly, nominalizations capture actions and processes in the form of static nouns, often obscuring the dynamic elements of a sentence. Take, for example, the phrase "the examination of the facts led to the decision." Here, the verbs examined and decide have been transformed into the nouns examination and decision. While the sentence appears clear on the surface, the true agents behind the actions remain shrouded in mystery. Who examined the facts? Who made the decision? Nominalizations can make it challenging to identify responsibility and understand the specific actions being described. But fear not, for with awareness comes the power to unveil the hidden truths. By recognizing and addressing nominalizations, we can bring clarity and specificity back into our language. By asking questions and transforming these nouns back into their original verb or adjective forms, we can reveal the dynamic processes hidden beneath the surface, much like peeling back the layers of an onion to uncover its core. Nominalizations are a linguistic phenomenon often discussed in NLP, where verbs or adjectives are transformed into nouns. This transformation can make the action or process less clear, potentially leading to confusion or miscommunication. Nominalizations can also make it more difficult to identify who is responsible for the action or what specific actions are being described. To help you fully and comprehensively understand nominalizations, let's explore their key characteristics, examples, and strategies to address them. Key characteristics. Nominalizations transform verbs or adjectives into nouns, resulting in the loss of some information about the action or process. They can make it harder to understand who is responsible for the action or what specific actions are being described. Nominalizations can create ambiguity and confusion, as they can make statements vague or unclear. Examples. Nominalization: there is a lack of communication in our team. Original verb form, our team members are not communicating effectively. In this example, the verb communicating is transformed into the noun communication, making it less clear who is responsible for the action and what specific actions are not happening effectively. Nominalization, the implementation of the project was successful. Original verb form, we successfully implemented the project. In this case, the verb implemented is transformed into the noun implementation, potentially obscuring the agents responsible for the action and the specific processes involved in the project. Strategies to address nominalizations. Identify nominalizations. Listen carefully for nouns that might have originated from verbs or adjectives. By recognizing nominalizations in conversation, you can take the necessary steps to clarify the message. Transform nominalizations back into verbs or adjectives. Once you have identified a nominalization, you can transform it back into its original verb or adjective form. This can help make the statement clearer and more specific. Ask clarifying questions. If you encounter a nominalization in a conversation, ask questions to uncover the missing information. Examples of clarifying questions include:
Who is responsible for this action? What specific steps were involved in the process? How can we improve the situation?
Nominalizations are abstract nouns formed from verbs or adjectives, which can make actions or processes seem static or fixed, potentially limiting flexibility in thinking. Nominalizations can obscure the underlying actions, making it difficult to identify specific behaviors or changes that could be made to address a situation. Identifying and addressing nominalizations in communication can help to clarify the intended meaning and promote more effective communication. Here are some explanations and examples of nominalizations. Actions as nouns. Nominalizations can involve turning actions or processes into static nouns, making them seem less actionable or changeable. Example 1, statement: the implementation of the strategy is crucial for success. Nominalization, implementation underlying action, to implement the strategy. In this example, the nominalization implementation makes the process of implementing the strategy seem fixed or static, rather than focusing on the specific actions or behaviors involved in implementing the strategy. Adjectives as nouns. Nominalizations can also involve turning adjectives into abstract nouns, obscuring the qualities or characteristics they describe. Example 2, statement: there is a lack of communication within the team. Nominalization, communication underlying adjective, communicative. Here, the nominalization communication makes the concept seem static and unchangeable, rather than focusing on the specific behaviors or actions that could improve communication within the team. Identifying and addressing nominalizations. To address nominalizations, it's important to identify the underlying actions or processes and consider how they can be made more explicit and actionable. Example 3, nominalized statement: the key to success is motivation. Denominalized statement: the key to success is being motivated and taking consistent action. In this case, denominalizing the statement makes the underlying actions and processes more explicit, promoting a greater understanding of the specific behaviors involved in achieving success. Let's dive a little deeper into nominalizations by discussing their implications and providing more examples. Implications of nominalizations. Obscuring actions. Nominalizations can obscure the actions or processes behind a statement, making it difficult to identify specific behaviors or changes that could be made to address a situation. Limiting flexibility. By making actions or processes seem static or fixed, nominalizations can limit flexibility in thinking and hinder the exploration of alternative solutions or strategies. Impact on communication. Nominalizations can influence the clarity and effectiveness of communication, as they can make statements vague or ambiguous. Recognizing and addressing nominalizations can help facilitate more accurate and meaningful communication. Additional examples. Example 4, nominalized statement: the team requires strong leadership. Denominalized statement: the team requires someone to lead them effectively and decisively. Nominalization, leadership underlying action, to lead. In this example, the nominalization leadership makes the concept seem static, whereas denominalizing the statement brings the focus to the actions and behaviors required to effectively lead a team. Example 5. Nominalized statement. Her creativity is her greatest strength. Denominalized statement. Her ability to think creatively and come up with innovative ideas is her greatest strength. Nominalization. Creativity underlying adjective, creative. In this case, the nominalization creativity makes the concept seem fixed, whereas denominalizing the statement emphasizes the specific creative behaviors that contribute to her strength. Example 6. Nominalized statement. There's too much negativity in the workplace. Denominalized statement. People in the workplace are often negative, which affects morale and productivity. Nominalization. Negativity underlying adjective, negative. Here, the nominalization negativity makes the concept seem static and unchangeable. By denominalizing the statement, the focus shifts to the specific behaviors and attitudes that create a negative workplace environment. To end this section, I'll leave you with some nominalizations of my own about nominalizations. Winky face. My dear friends and fellow seekers of truth, let us embark on a journey to explore the realm of language and its mysterious inhabitants, nominalizations. These cunning shapeshifters are particularly popular among politicians and gurus, who often employ them to create the illusion of wisdom, while simultaneously concealing the true nature of their actions and intentions. You see, politicians and gurus alike are masters of weaving webs of words, and nominalizations provide them with the perfect tool to create a sense of profundity, while keeping things just vague enough to avoid scrutiny. For instance, when a politician speaks of promoting economic growth or achieving social justice, the verbs promote and achieve are transformed into the more abstract concepts of economic growth and social justice. This allows them to present grand visions without committing to specific actions or revealing who is responsible for realizing these goals. Gurus, on the other hand, may use nominalizations to craft enigmatic statements that seem deeply profound, yet remain open to interpretation. By doing so, they invite their followers to project their own beliefs and desires onto these vague concepts, creating an aura of wisdom that entices and captivates. Consider, for example, the guru who speaks of the attainment of enlightenment or the dissolution of ego. Here, the processes of attain and dissolve are transformed into static nouns, making it unclear what specific actions or steps are required to achieve these lofty goals. But, my fellow truth seekers, do not be disheartened, for awareness is our greatest weapon against these linguistic shapeshifters. By recognizing the presence of nominalizations in the language of politicians and gurus, we can begin to pierce the veil of obfuscation, shining the light of clarity and understanding upon their carefully constructed labyrinths of words. So let us continue to question, to probe, and to seek the truth, armed with the knowledge that nominalizations, like all linguistic devices, are but tools that can be wielded both for enlightenment and deception. As we navigate the ever-shifting landscape of language, let us remain vigilant, discerning, and endlessly curious.
Section title: Real-life examples and practical exercises. For nominalizations.
Understanding nominalizations. Nominalizations are a form of abstraction where a verb or an adjective is transformed into a noun, often leading to a more formal or complex sentence structure. While this can sometimes make statements sound more objective or sophisticated, it can also obscure actions and actors, leading to potential misunderstandings. Here are some expanded real-life examples and practical exercises to better understand and work with nominalizations. Real-life examples of nominalizations. There was a delay in the processing of your application. Instead of "we delayed processing your application," the completion of the project took longer than expected. Instead of completing the project took longer than expected. The implementation of the new policy is necessary. Instead of implementing the new policy is necessary. Her decision had a significant impact on the team. Instead of when she decided, it significantly impacted the team. The organization requires improvement in communication. Instead of people in the organization need to improve their communication. There is an expectation for a high level of performance. Instead of we expect a high level of performance. The reduction of waste is a priority. Instead of reducing waste is a priority. She has a strong belief in her abilities. Instead of she strongly believes in her abilities. The discussion led to the resolution of the conflict. Instead of discussing the issue, resolved the conflict. He demonstrated a commitment to innovation. Instead of he demonstrated that he is committed to innovating. The organization made an announcement about the changes. Instead of the organization announced the changes. The evaluation of his performance revealed several issues. Instead of evaluating his performance revealed several issues. There is a need for a thorough investigation. Instead of we need to investigate thoroughly. The construction of the bridge is underway. Instead of we are constructing the bridge. The allocation of resources will be decided at the meeting. Instead of we will decide how to allocate resources at the meeting. Practical exercises for nominalizations. Choose a newspaper article, blog post, or any piece of writing and identify any instances of nominalizations. Write down the statements and try to rephrase them by transforming the nominalizations into verbs or active phrases. Listen to a podcast or watch a video and pay attention to instances of nominalizations in the dialogue. Consider how you would rephrase those statements with verbs or active phrases to make the communication clearer. Write a short story or anecdote using nominalizations intentionally. Afterward, go through the text and identify the instances of nominalizations, then rephrase them using verbs or active phrases. Engage in conversations with friends or family members, deliberately using nominalizations. Pay attention to whether they ask clarifying questions or make assumptions about the meaning behind the nominalizations. Reflect on your own conversations and identify instances when you use nominalizations. Practice rephrasing those statements with verbs or active phrases and consider how that changes the clarity of your communication. Look at some academic texts or formal business communications and identify nominalizations. Try rewriting them in a more straightforward and action-oriented language. During meetings or discussions, pay attention to when you or others use nominalizations. How does this affect the clarity of the communication? Can these sentences be rephrased for greater clarity? By actively practicing these exercises and engaging with various forms of communication, you can develop a sharp sense for identifying and rectifying nominalizations. This will contribute to more effective and clear communication in your daily interactions. Now let's address the freedom nominalization. Freedom, as a concept, encapsulates a multitude of meanings that can vary vastly from one person to another. When we speak of freedom, we refer to a myriad of personal experiences, beliefs, and perceptions that each person associates with this term. It is not a concrete or uniform idea, but a collection of individualistic interpretations that are influenced by a person's background, experiences, and personal ideology. The power of nominalizations like freedom lies in their ability to invoke a spectrum of emotions, memories, and hopes. Each time we use the term, we bring forth a personal vision of what freedom entails, often forgetting that the same term might evoke an entirely different image for another person. Recognizing this diversity in interpretation helps us appreciate the rich, multifaceted nature of such abstract concepts. Moreover, acknowledging that a word like freedom can mean different things to different people enables us to engage in more nuanced and empathetic conversations. It allows us to explore other people's perspectives and understand their unique worldview, fostering mutual respect and understanding. Learning to navigate these layers of meaning is an integral part of improving our communication skills. As we delve deeper into the world of nominalizations and their intricacies, we enhance our ability to express our thoughts more accurately and understand others more deeply, contributing to more meaningful and fruitful conversations. Here's an elegant way to explain how the nominalization freedom represents a complex and dynamic concept that varies from person to person. Freedom, as a nominalization, encapsulates a diverse range of activities and experiences that may differ greatly among individuals. It is not a static or monolithic concept. Rather, it serves as an umbrella term that encompasses the unique ways in which people pursue and express their personal autonomy and self-determination. By recognizing that freedom is not a one-size-fits-all notion, we can appreciate its rich, multifaceted nature and understand the varied ways it manifests in our lives. By merely using the word freedom, we invoke a vast array of deep-structured meanings and interpretations that are unique to each individual. Although we may generalize and assume that freedom signifies the same concept for everyone, the truth is that it resonates with people on different levels and through various experiences. This shared yet deeply personal understanding of freedom highlights the complexity of human perception and the power of nominalizations in shaping our thoughts and conversations. See, when we toss around a word like freedom, what's really happening is that we're tapping into this rich tapestry of individual meanings, all woven together in the minds of each person. And even though it might feel like we're all on the same page, we're actually painting unique pictures of what freedom looks like, feels like, and means to us. So, the magic of nominalizations lies in the way they let us dance with these individual interpretations while still connecting through a shared language. You know, as you start to peel back the layers of the metamodel, diving deeper into these distinctions, you will uncover this fascinating truth that no two people see, feel, or represent the world in the exact same way. It's like we're all walking around with our own unique maps of reality, intricately shaped by our experiences, beliefs, and perceptions. And the more you explore and clarify these distinctions, the more you'll be able to appreciate and navigate the stunning diversity of human experience that surrounds us every day.
Section title, Section 2, Generalization. Next up is Generalization Overview List.
Unleash the power of generalizations in neuro-linguistic programming.
In this section, we'll explore the different generalization distinctions in the NLP metamodel and how they shape the way we process and simplify complex information. By examining these distinctions, you'll develop the ability to recognize and challenge generalizations, leading to more accurate and nuanced communication. Check out our carefully formatted list of generalization distinctions in the NLP metamodel. Universal quantifiers, words like always, never, all, or none that express absolutes and can lead to overgeneralizations. Modal operators, words like must, need to, or have to that express a sense of obligation or necessity, modal operators of necessity, or words like can, could, might, or may that express a sense of possibility or uncertainty, modal operators of possibility. Generalized referential index, generalized references to people, objects, or concepts that lack specificity and can lead to misinterpretations. Allness statements, assertions that claim to cover everything about a particular topic, person, or situation, often leading to oversimplification and inaccuracies. By studying these distinctions and engaging with the concepts and examples provided, you will gain a comprehensive understanding of generalizations and their impact on communication. This knowledge will empower you to enhance your communication skills, both written and verbal, leading to more effective and meaningful interactions in various situations. So strap in and get ready to blast off into the world of NLP and generalizations, and take your communication skills to new heights. Section title, Universal Quantifiers. Universal quantifiers, absolute or universal statements using words like always, never, everyone, or no one that imply generalizations without exceptions. Universal quantifiers are formed when words like always, never, everyone, or no one are used in the surface structure, the actual words used, potentially oversimplifying or exaggerating the original meaning found in the deep structure, the complete meaning. This can lead to overgeneralizations, which may create misunderstandings or misinterpretations in communication between the speaker and the listener. Universal quantifiers are a type of deletion in NLP, which are absolute or universal statements that use words like always, never, everyone, or no one. These types of statements can create generalizations, and while they may be useful for simplifying complex information, they can also lead to misunderstandings or misrepresentations of reality. To help you fully and comprehensively understand universal quantifiers, let's explore their key characteristics, examples, and strategies to address them. Key characteristics. Universal quantifiers are absolute or universal statements that use words like always, never, everyone, or no one. They often result in oversimplifications or generalizations of complex situations, which can distort the true nature of events or experiences. Universal quantifiers can create misunderstandings or misrepresentations of reality by excluding exceptions or nuances. Examples. Statement, she always arrives late to work. Universal quantifier, always. In this example, the speaker uses the word always to generalize the person's behavior, which may not account for occasional punctuality. Statement, no one enjoys doing taxes. Universal quantifier, no one here. The speaker uses the term no one to assert that everyone dislikes doing taxes. While this might be true for many people, there may be exceptions. Strategies to address universal quantifiers. Identify universal quantifiers. Listen for absolute or universal terms in conversation, such as always, never, everyone, or no one. By recognizing universal quantifiers, you can take the necessary steps to clarify the message and ensure accuracy. Challenge universal quantifiers. When you encounter a universal quantifier, consider whether it accurately represents the situation or if there are exceptions or nuances that should be acknowledged. Ask clarifying questions. If you come across a universal quantifier in a conversation, ask questions to uncover additional information and promote a more accurate understanding. Examples of clarifying questions include:
Is it always the case, or are there exceptions? Can you give me an example of a time when this wasn't true? What specific situations or circumstances led you to this conclusion?
Let's dive into more examples of universal quantifiers and provide a detailed explanation of each to help you gain a comprehensive understanding. Example 1. Statement: everyone in our company is overworked. Universal quantifier: everyone. Explanation: in this statement, the speaker generalizes the workload experience of every person in the company. However, it's highly unlikely that every single employee is overworked. By using the universal quantifier everyone, the statement overlooks individual differences and specific circumstances. Example 2. Statement: you never listen to me. Universal quantifier: never. Explanation: here, the speaker uses the word never to imply that the listener has not paid attention to them at any point. This assertion is likely an exaggeration, as there are probably instances where the listener did listen. The use of never oversimplifies the relationship dynamic and does not account for situations when the listener was attentive. Example 3. Statement: all politicians are corrupt. Universal quantifier: all. Explanation: in this example, the speaker employs the universal quantifier all to make a sweeping generalization about politicians. This statement is overly simplistic, as it does not consider the diverse range of individuals in politics, some of whom may be honest and dedicated to public service. By using all, the speaker unfairly labels every politician as corrupt without considering any exceptions. To ensure a comprehensive understanding of universal quantifiers, keep the following points in mind. Universal quantifiers are often used to make sweeping generalizations, which can lead to misunderstandings or misrepresentations. When encountering universal quantifiers, be critical and consider whether the statement accurately reflects reality or if there are exceptions or nuances that should be acknowledged. To address universal quantifiers effectively, ask clarifying questions and challenge the generalizations to promote a more accurate understanding and foster a deeper appreciation of the complexities involved. By focusing on these points and examining various examples, you will be well equipped to identify, understand, and address universal quantifiers in everyday conversation, resulting in more accurate and nuanced communication. The following family-themed examples further demonstrate how universal quantifiers can be used in different contexts to create generalized statements. Example 4. Statement: no one in this family ever helps with the chores. Universal quantifier: no one. Explanation: in this statement, the speaker uses the universal quantifier no one to generalize that all family members avoid helping with chores. This statement may not accurately represent the contributions of each family member and overlooks instances where individuals have assisted with household tasks. By using no one, the speaker creates an overly simplistic view of the family dynamic. Example 5. Statement: my brother always takes my things without asking. Universal quantifier: always. Explanation: here, the speaker employs the word always to imply that their brother consistently takes their belongings without permission. However, it is unlikely that this behavior occurs every single time. The use of always creates an exaggerated portrayal of the brother's actions and does not account for occasions when he may have asked for permission or respected the speaker's belongings. Example 6. Statement: everyone in our family loves going on vacation together. Universal quantifier: everyone. Explanation: in this example, the speaker uses the universal quantifier everyone to express that all family members enjoy vacationing together. While this may be true for the majority, there could be exceptions or instances when some family members might not share the same enthusiasm. By using everyone, the speaker makes a sweeping generalization that does not consider individual preferences or circumstances.
Section title: Real-life examples and practical exercises. For universal quantifiers.
Universal quantifiers are terms or phrases that generalize or represent an entire group or category of objects, people, or experiences, usually expressed as all, every, none, or always. They can often lead to exaggeration or oversimplification, obscuring nuances and exceptions. Let's look at some extended examples and exercises to deepen our understanding of universal quantifiers. Real-life examples of universal quantifiers. You never listened to me. Instead of you didn't listen to me when I talked about my day. Everybody hates Mondays. Instead of many people find Mondays challenging. I always mess things up. Instead of I made mistakes in the last few projects. Nobody cares about this issue. Instead of few people I've spoken to seem concerned about this issue. She's always late to meetings. Instead of she has been late to the last 3 meetings. All politicians are dishonest. Instead of some politicians have been dishonest. No one can understand what I'm going through. Instead of few people I've talked to can relate to my situation. Everyone loves that new restaurant. Instead of many people I know enjoy eating at that new restaurant. You always interrupt me when I'm speaking. Instead of you interrupted me several times during our last conversation. Nothing ever goes right for me. Instead of I've been experiencing some challenges lately. Everyone knows that you're the best. Instead of many people acknowledge your skills. You never take out the trash. Instead of you forgot to take out the trash yesterday. He always forgets his keys. Instead of he has forgotten his keys several times. Nobody likes the new policy. Instead of several team members have expressed dissatisfaction with the new policy. All dogs are friendly. Instead of most dogs I've met have been friendly. Practical exercises for universal quantifiers. Choose a newspaper article, blog post, or any piece of writing and identify instances of universal quantifiers. Write down the statements and try to rephrase them using more specific or accurate language. Listen to a podcast or watch a video and pay attention to instances of universal quantifiers in the dialogue. Consider how you would rephrase those statements using more specific or accurate language to improve communication clarity. Write a short story or anecdote intentionally using universal quantifiers. Afterward, go through the text and identify the instances of universal quantifiers, then rephrase them using more specific or accurate language. Engage in conversations with friends or family members, deliberately using universal quantifiers. Pay attention to whether they challenge your generalizations or ask for clarifications. Reflect on your own conversations and identify instances when you used universal quantifiers. Practice rephrasing those statements with more specific or accurate language and consider how that changes the clarity of your communication. In group discussions or meetings, listen for universal quantifiers used by others. Try to ask questions that encourage more precision or acknowledge exceptions. During a debate or argument, pay attention to your use of universal quantifiers. Are they helping you make your point, or could they be contributing to misunderstandings? By consistently practicing these exercises, you will become more proficient in identifying universal quantifiers and understanding their impact on communication. This newfound awareness will aid you in enhancing the precision and effectiveness of your conversations.
Section title: Modal operators.
Modal operators, words that express possibility, necessity, or obligation in a statement.
Section title: Modal operators of necessity.
Modal operators of necessity, words that express necessity, obligation, or requirement, such as must, need to, or have to. Modal operators of necessity occur when words like must, should, or need to are used in the surface structure, the actual words used, implying a sense of obligation or duty that may not have been present in the deep structure, the complete meaning. This can create a perception of constraint or pressure, potentially altering the listener's understanding of the intended message and influencing their response. Modal operators of necessity are a type of deletion in NLP, which involves the use of certain words or phrases to express a sense of obligation, necessity, or compulsion. These statements can create limitations, reduce perceived choices, and put pressure on individuals by implying that they must or should do something. To help you fully and comprehensively understand modal operators of necessity, let's examine their key characteristics, examples, and strategies to address them. Key characteristics. Modal operators of necessity are statements that convey a sense of obligation, necessity, or compulsion by using words like must, have to, need to, or should. They can create limitations and reduce perceived choices by implying that there is only one correct course of action or response. These statements can put pressure on individuals, leading to feelings of guilt, anxiety, or inadequacy. Examples. Statement: I must finish this project by the deadline. Modal operator of necessity, must. In this example, the speaker uses the word must to express a sense of obligation or necessity to complete the project by a specific deadline, which can create pressure and limit perceived options. Statement: you should always put others' needs before your own. Modal operator of necessity, should. Here, the speaker uses the term should to convey a sense of obligation or duty to prioritize others over oneself, which can result in feelings of guilt or inadequacy if not followed. Strategies to address modal operators of necessity. Identify modal operators of necessity. Listen for words or phrases that express obligation, necessity, or compulsion, such as must, have to, need to, or should. Recognizing these modal operators allows you to take steps to clarify the message and explore alternatives. Challenge modal operators of necessity. When you encounter a modal operator of necessity, consider whether it accurately represents the situation, or if there are alternative perspectives, options, or responses that should be acknowledged. Ask clarifying questions. If you come across a modal operator of necessity in a conversation, ask questions to uncover additional information and promote a more accurate understanding. Examples of clarifying questions include:
What would happen if you didn't meet the deadline? Are there other options you could consider? What are the consequences of not following this suggestion?
Let's explore more examples of modal operators of necessity and provide a detailed explanation of each to help you gain a comprehensive understanding. Example 1. Statement: I have to go to the gym every day. Modal operator of necessity, have to. Explanation: in this statement, the speaker uses have to express an obligation or necessity to visit the gym daily. This sense of compulsion may create pressure and limit the perceived options for exercise, potentially leading to negative feelings if the expectation is not met. A more flexible approach might be to consider alternative exercise routines or frequency to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Example 2. Statement: children need to be seen and not heard. Modal operator of necessity, need to. Explanation: here, the speaker employs need to convey an outdated belief about how children should behave, implying that they must be quiet and unobtrusive. This statement can create limitations on children's self-expression and may foster feelings of inadequacy or guilt. Instead, encouraging open communication and valuing children's opinions can lead to healthier family dynamics and more well-adjusted children. Example 3. Statement: you should never discuss religion or politics at the dinner table. Modal operator of necessity, should. Explanation: in this example, the speaker uses should to express an obligation to avoid discussing certain topics during mealtime. While this advice may be rooted in the desire to prevent conflicts, it also places limitations on open and honest conversation. By using should, the speaker creates a restrictive rule that may not be applicable in all contexts or situations. To ensure a comprehensive understanding of modal operators of necessity, keep the following points in mind. Modal operators of necessity often create limitations and reduce perceived choices by implying that there is only one correct course of action or response. When encountering modal operators of necessity, be critical and consider whether the statement accurately reflects reality or if there are alternative perspectives, options, or responses that should be acknowledged. To address modal operators of necessity effectively, ask clarifying questions and challenge the obligation or compulsion to promote a more accurate understanding and foster a deeper appreciation of the complexities involved. These additional family-themed examples further demonstrate how modal operators of necessity can be used in different contexts to create obligations or compulsions. Example 4, statement, you must always respect your elders. Modal operator of necessity, must. Explanation, in this family setting, the speaker uses must to convey an obligation for family members to always show respect towards their elders. While respect is important, the use of must can create unnecessary pressure and may not consider situations where questioning or open dialogue is appropriate. Encouraging mutual respect and understanding can foster healthier communication within a family. Example 5, statement, we need to have family dinner together every night. Modal operator of necessity, need to. Explanation, in this statement, the speaker uses need to express a sense of necessity for the family to share dinner together every evening. This may create pressure and limit flexibility in the family schedule, potentially leading to negative feelings if expectations are not met. It might be more helpful to encourage regular family meals, but remain open to adjustments based on individual needs and schedules. Example 6, statement, parents should never show favoritism towards their children. Modal operator of necessity, should. Explanation, here, the speaker employs should to assert that parents must avoid showing favoritism among their children. While this statement is rooted in the desire to treat children fairly, the use of should creates an absolute rule that might not account for situations where individual attention or praise is appropriate. Encouraging parents to be mindful of their actions and support each child's unique needs can lead to a more balanced family dynamic.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For modal operators of necessity.
Modal operators of necessity are words or phrases that indicate a requirement or obligation, often expressed as must, have to, need to, and so on. They can often create a sense of pressure or lack of choice. Below are some extended examples and exercises to help deepen our understanding of modal operators of necessity. Real-life examples of modal operators of necessity. I must finish this project by tomorrow. Instead of I aim to finish this project by tomorrow. You have to eat all your vegetables before you can have dessert. Instead of it would be better if you ate your vegetables before having dessert. I need to exercise every day to stay in shape. Instead of exercising regularly helps me stay in shape. You must attend all the meetings to be considered a team player. Instead of attending meetings regularly can show your commitment as a team player. We have to meet our sales target this quarter. Instead of it's important for us to strive to meet our sales target this quarter. You need to follow the rules to avoid trouble. Instead of following the rules can help you avoid problems. I must clean the house before the guests arrive. Instead of I would like to clean the house before the guests arrive. She has to get straight A's to be successful. Instead of getting good grades can contribute to her success. They need to work harder to get promoted. Instead of working harder might increase their chances of getting promoted. You must never talk to strangers. Instead of it's generally safer to avoid talking to strangers. We have to increase our customer base to stay in business. Instead of expanding our customer base could help ensure our business's longevity. I need to save money for the future. Instead of saving money can provide a safety net for the future. You must arrive on time to make a good impression. Instead of arriving on time can contribute to a good impression. He has to finish his homework before playing video games. Instead of it would be beneficial if he finished his homework before playing video games. I must always be there for my family. Instead of being there for my family when they need me is important to me. Practical exercises for modal operators of necessity. Choose a newspaper article, blog post, or any piece of writing and identify instances of modal operators of necessity. Write down the statements and try to rephrase them using less rigid language or by presenting alternative options. Listen to a podcast or watch a video and pay attention to instances of modal operators of necessity in the dialogue. Consider how you would rephrase those statements using more flexible language. Write a short story or anecdote using modal operators of necessity intentionally. Afterward, go through the text and identify the instances, then rephrase them using less rigid language. Engage in conversations with friends or family members, deliberately using modal operators of necessity. Pay attention to whether they agree with the necessity or question the rigidity of the statements. Reflect on your own conversations and identify instances when you used modal operators of necessity. Practice rephrasing those statements with more flexible language and consider how that changes the clarity and impact of your communication. During a debate or argument, pay attention to your use of modal operators of necessity. Are they helping you make your point, or could they be contributing to misunderstandings? In group discussions or meetings, listen for modal operators of necessity used by others. Try to ask questions that encourage more flexibility or offer alternatives. By consistently practicing these exercises, you will become more proficient in identifying modal operators of necessity and understanding their impact on communication. This newfound awareness will aid you in enhancing the flexibility and effectiveness of your conversations.
Section title: Modal Operators of Possibility.
Modal operators of possibility, words that express possibility, opportunity, or potential, such as can, might, or may. Modal operators of possibility occur when words like can, might, or could are used in the surface structure, the actual words used, suggesting various potential outcomes or options that might not have been specified in the deep structure, the complete meaning. This can create a sense of ambiguity or uncertainty, which might impact the listener's understanding of the intended message and their subsequent decision-making or actions. Modal operators of possibility are a type of language pattern in NLP that involves the use of certain words or phrases to express potential, possibility, or capability. These statements can suggest that something is possible, but not necessarily certain, allowing for more flexibility and openness in decision-making and thinking. To help you fully and comprehensively understand modal operators of possibility, let's examine their key characteristics, examples, and strategies for utilizing them effectively. Key characteristics. Modal operators of possibility are statements that convey a sense of potential, possibility, or capability by using words like can, could, might, or may. They encourage open-minded thinking by acknowledging uncertainty and leaving room for various outcomes or actions. These statements can empower individuals by highlighting their potential and options rather than focusing on limitations or restrictions. Examples. Statement: you can learn a new skill if you put in the effort. Modal operator of possibility. Can. In this example, the speaker uses the word can to express the possibility of learning a new skill if the listener is willing to invest effort. This statement empowers the listener and encourages them to consider their potential. Statement: we might go on vacation next month if we save enough money. Modal operator of possibility. Might. Here, the speaker uses the term might to convey the potential for a vacation depending on the financial situation. This statement acknowledges uncertainty and allows for flexibility in planning. Strategies for utilizing modal operators of possibility. Encourage open-minded thinking. Use modal operators of possibility to foster an open-minded approach to problem-solving and decision-making by acknowledging uncertainty and leaving room for multiple outcomes or actions. Empower individuals. Utilize modal operators of possibility to help individuals recognize their potential and capabilities. Highlight options and possibilities rather than focusing on limitations or restrictions. Communicate flexibility. When discussing plans or goals, employ modal operators of possibility to demonstrate flexibility and adaptability. This approach can help create a more supportive and collaborative environment. Let's explore more examples of modal operators of possibility and provide a detailed explanation of each to help you gain a comprehensive understanding. Example 1. Statement: you could try different approaches to solve the problem. Modal operator of possibility, could. Explanation: in this statement, the speaker uses could to express the idea that there are multiple potential approaches to solving the problem. This encourages the listener to consider various options and be open to experimenting with different methods, fostering creativity and flexibility in problem solving. Example 2. Statement: she may apply for the promotion if she feels confident enough. Modal operator of possibility, may. Explanation: here, the speaker employs may to convey the possibility of the individual applying for a promotion based on her level of confidence. The use of may highlights that the decision is up to the individual and acknowledges that there are factors influencing her choice. This statement encourages the listener to consider the individual's perspective and circumstances. Example 3, statement, we can find a solution together if we collaborate and share our ideas. Modal operator of possibility, can. Explanation, in this example, the speaker uses can to emphasize the potential of finding a solution through teamwork and collaboration. This statement is empowering and encourages open communication, fostering a positive and cooperative atmosphere. To ensure a comprehensive understanding of modal operators of possibility, keep the following points in mind. Modal operators of possibility encourage open-mindedness and flexibility by acknowledging that there are multiple potential outcomes, actions, or perspectives. These statements can empower individuals by emphasizing their capabilities and the possibilities available to them. Utilize modal operators of possibility to create a supportive, collaborative, and adaptable environment in various situations, such as problem-solving, decision-making, or goal-setting. These additional family-themed examples illustrate how modal operators of possibility can be applied in various contexts to encourage open-mindedness, collaboration, and personal growth. Example 4, statement, you might enjoy joining a sports team or club at school. Modal operator of possibility, might. Explanation, in this family setting, the speaker uses might to suggest the potential for enjoyment by participating in a sports team or club. This statement encourages the listener to explore different interests and be open to new experiences, fostering personal growth and development. Example 5, statement, we can make a meal plan together to ensure we all enjoy dinner each night. Modal operator of possibility, can. Explanation, here, the speaker employs can to express the possibility of creating a meal plan as a family to accommodate everyone's preferences. This statement highlights the importance of collaboration and communication in achieving a harmonious family environment. Example 6, statement, your brother could help you with your math homework if you ask him. Modal operator of possibility, could. Explanation, in this example, the speaker uses could to indicate the potential for the listener's brother to provide assistance with math homework. This statement encourages the listener to seek help and promotes cooperation and support within the family.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For modal operators of possibility.
Real-life examples of modal operators of possibility.
I might go to the movies tonight.
This expression carries a sense of indecision, which might lead others to think that your plans are still up in the air. It could be more decisive to say, I will evaluate my schedule and energy levels later to decide whether to go to the movies tonight.
You can take this job or look for another one.
This statement indeed highlights two available choices, yet it might appear somewhat casual. An alternative such as, you stand at a crossroads where you can accept this job offer or continue exploring other job market opportunities might add depth to the options.
She could become a great artist if she practices.
This sentence does acknowledge her potential, albeit conditionally. A more empowering rephrase could be, given her inherent talent, consistent practice could pave the way for her to blossom into a remarkable artist.
They may arrive late due to traffic.
While this phrase does correctly express a potential delay, it might also hint at uncertainty. A more assertive version might be, considering the current traffic situation, their arrival might be delayed.
We could have a picnic if the weather is nice.
This statement contains a conditional plan dependent on the weather. However, it might be clearer and more definitive to say, our plan is to enjoy a picnic, provided the weather remains pleasant.
There's a chance she will win the competition.
This sentence subtly points to the possibility of her victory but might lack assertiveness. A stronger phrasing could be, she possesses considerable skills and determination, giving her a potent chance to emerge victorious in the competition.
They can choose between the two offers.
While this communicates their ability to choose, it might not fully emphasize their power to decide. An alternative might be, they hold the deciding power and can meticulously evaluate the two offers before making an informed decision. Practical exercises for modal operators of possibility. Choose a piece of writing, such as a newspaper article, blog post, or even a book, and find instances of modal operators of possibility. Document these instances and think about how to rephrase them to convey more certainty or clarity about the choices. Listen to a podcast or watch a news broadcast, talk show, or movie. Keep a keen ear out for modal operators of possibility. Consider how these instances could be reworded to be more definitive and decisive. Write a short story, a piece of fiction, or a real-life anecdote brimming with modal operators of possibility. Later, scrutinize the text to identify these instances. Challenge yourself to rewrite these parts using more assertive language. Engage in conversation with colleagues, friends, or family, consciously using modal operators of possibility. Observe their reactions and note whether they seek further clarification or make presumptions based on your presented possibilities. Reflect on your own past conversations. Identify any instances where you used modal operators of possibility. Experiment with how rewording these statements with more definite language affects the clarity and impact of your communication. By delving into these real-life examples and practical exercises, you'll gain a more profound comprehension of modal operators of possibility and their effects on communication. This enhanced understanding will improve the clarity and effectiveness of your communication, fostering better connections and understanding with others.
Section title: Allness Statements.
Allness statements, statements that assume complete knowledge or understanding of a subject, often implying that no other perspectives or possibilities exist. Allness statements occur when the surface structure, the actual words used, includes absolute terms like all, every, or none, implying a generalization that might not be present in the deep structure, the complete meaning. These statements can create a sense of oversimplification or exclusion, potentially limiting the listener's understanding of the nuances and complexities of the intended message. Allness statements are a type of language pattern found in NLP that involve making absolute or universal claims, often using words like all, every, none, or always. These statements can lead to oversimplification, misinterpretation, or misunderstandings, as they don't consider individual differences, exceptions, or specific circumstances. To help you fully and comprehensively understand allness statements, let's examine their key characteristics, examples, and strategies for addressing them effectively. Key characteristics. Allness statements involve making absolute or universal claims, often ignoring individual differences or exceptions. These statements can create distortions in thinking, leading to stereotypes, overgeneralizations, or misinterpretations. Allness statements can hinder effective communication and problem solving by presenting a rigid or inflexible view of a situation or idea. Examples. Statement: all politicians are corrupt. Allness statement: all in this example, the speaker makes a sweeping generalization about politicians, ignoring the fact that there may be honest, ethical politicians as well. Statement: no one cares about the environment anymore. Allness statement: no one here. The speaker uses an allness statement to claim that nobody cares about the environment, which is an overgeneralization that doesn't account for people who actively work to protect the environment. Strategies for addressing allness statements. Question the absolute. When you encounter an allness statement, question the absolute nature of the claim. Ask yourself or the speaker if there are any exceptions or individual differences that should be considered. Seek clarification. Ask the speaker to clarify their statement by providing more specific information or examples to support their claim. This can help uncover the underlying assumptions or beliefs driving the allness statement. Encourage flexibility. When discussing a topic that involves allness statements, encourage open-mindedness and flexibility in thinking by acknowledging that there may be exceptions, differences, or nuances to consider. Let's explore 3 more examples of allness statements and provide a detailed explanation of each to help you gain a comprehensive understanding. Example 1. Statement: everyone always arrives late to these meetings. Allness statement: everyone and always. Explanation: in this statement, the speaker makes an absolute claim that every person is always late to the meetings. This doesn't account for the possibility that some individuals might arrive on time or that the issue of lateness might not be consistent. The allness statement overlooks individual differences and specific circumstances, leading to an oversimplified view of the situation. Example 2, statement, children nowadays have no respect for their elders. Allness statement, children and no. Explanation, here, the speaker generalizes about all children, asserting that they have no respect for their elders. This statement doesn't consider the diversity of children's backgrounds, values, or behaviors. By making such a sweeping claim, the speaker overlooks the possibility that many children do respect their elders and fosters an inaccurate perception. Example 3, statement, nobody can be trusted in this neighborhood. Allness statement, nobody. Explanation, in this example, the speaker uses an allness statement to claim that no one in the neighborhood can be trusted. This generalization doesn't account for the various individuals who may live in the neighborhood, each with their unique character and trustworthiness. The statement is likely based on a limited experience or perception and doesn't consider the complexity of the situation. To ensure a comprehensive understanding of allness statements, remember the following key points. Allness statements involve making absolute or universal claims that can lead to oversimplification or misinterpretation. Recognize that these statements may not accurately represent reality, as they often ignore individual differences and specific circumstances. To address allness statements effectively, question their absolute nature, seek clarification, and encourage flexibility in thinking. These additional examples demonstrate how allness statements can manifest in family settings, potentially leading to misunderstandings or oversimplifications of complex situations. Example 4, statement, all teenagers are lazy and addicted to their phones. Allness statement, all. Explanation, in this family setting, the speaker generalizes about all teenagers, claiming they are lazy and addicted to their phones. This statement disregards the individual differences among teenagers and overlooks those who may be hardworking or not overly attached to their phones. Example 5, statement, no one in this family ever helps with the chores. Allness statement, no one and ever. Explanation, here, the speaker uses an allness statement to assert that no family member ever assists with chores. This statement is likely based on the speaker's feelings or experiences, but does not consider the possibility of exceptions or specific situations in which family members have helped with chores. Example 6, statement, every time we have a family gathering, there's always an argument. Allness statement, every time and always. Explanation, in this example, the speaker claims that arguments always occurred during family gatherings. This allness statement may exaggerate the frequency and consistency of arguments, disregarding instances where gatherings have been peaceful or harmonious.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For allness statements.
Real-life examples of allness statements. ALL politicians are corrupt. This sweeping statement generalizes a diverse group of individuals and assumes a universal trait. A more precise way to phrase this could be, there are politicians who have been known to engage in corrupt activities, but it's important to remember that not every politician is corrupt.
You never listen to me.
This absolute statement can make the listener feel defensive and may not accurately represent the full scope of your interactions. A more accurate and empathetic way to phrase this might be, there are times when I feel that you're not fully receptive to what I'm saying.
Everybody loves ice cream.
While ice cream is a widely enjoyed treat, this statement excludes those who may not like it or can't eat it due to dietary restrictions. A more inclusive phrasing might be, ice cream is a favorite among many, but there are also people who prefer other types of desserts or can't consume it due to various reasons.
She always arrives late to meetings.
This all-or-nothing statement may not accurately reflect the reality. A more balanced expression could be, she often arrives later than expected to meetings, although there have been occasions when she was on time.
Nobody can resist chocolate.
This generalization dismisses the preferences of people who might not like chocolate. A more careful wording might be, while many find chocolate irresistible, some may prefer other flavors or avoid it due to health reasons.
He's completely useless with technology.
This blanket statement paints a disempowering picture. It might be more helpful to say, he encounters some challenges when dealing with technology, but he's in the process of learning and improving.
This restaurant is always packed.
This generalization may not be accurate all the time. A more precise observation could be, this restaurant tends to attract large crowds, especially during peak dining hours.
They never do anything fun.
This statement might reflect a personal bias more than reality. A more considerate expression could be, they seem to engage in activities that differ from my own definition of fun.
Every child hates going to the dentist.
This overgeneralization overlooks the diversity of children's experiences. A more balanced view could be, while many children find dental visits intimidating, others have neutral or even positive experiences.
All companies prioritize profit over people.
This statement might be too cynical and disregards the companies that do value their employees. A more nuanced comment could be, some companies seem to place a higher priority on profit over people, but there are also many that strive to balance both. Practical exercises for allness statements. Choose a written piece could be a newspaper article, blog post, or a chapter from a book. Identify allness statements and consider how they could be reworded to portray a more accurate and nuanced picture. You might be surprised at how many you find. Listen to a podcast, radio talk show, or a recorded speech. Pay close attention to instances of allness statements in the dialogue or narration. Think about how they might be rephrased for more balanced and precise communication. Compose a short story or an anecdote that's laden with allness statements. Afterward, critically review the text and identify these instances. Challenge yourself to rewrite the statements to encapsulate more accuracy and nuance. Engage in conversations where you deliberately use allness statements. Observe the listener's reactions and whether they question, challenge, or accept the generalizations. This exercise can provide insights into how such statements impact your communication dynamics. Reflect on your previous conversations or written communications. Try to recall instances where you used allness statements. Consider how rewording these with more precise language could improve clarity, reduce misunderstandings, and enhance the overall communication effectiveness. By exploring these real-life examples and engaging in these practical exercises, you will cultivate a deeper understanding of allness statements, their potential pitfalls, and their impact on communication. This newfound awareness can greatly improve your ability to communicate with more accuracy, effectiveness, and empathy.
Section title, Section 3, Distortion. Distortion Overview List.
Uncover the secrets of distortions in neuro-linguistic programming. In this section, we'll explore the different distortion distinctions in the NLP metamodel and how they shape the way we perceive and interpret information. By examining these distinctions, you'll develop the ability to recognize and address distortions, leading to clearer and more accurate communication. Check out our carefully formatted list of distortion distinctions in the NLP metamodel. Mind reading, assuming to know what others are thinking or feeling without any concrete evidence or verbal confirmation. Cause and effect statements, attributing a cause and effect relationship between two events or situations without sufficient evidence or logical connection. Complex equivalences, assuming that two separate events, situations, or statements share the same meaning or are equal in significance. Lost performative, statements expressing value judgments without clearly identifying the source or authority behind the judgment. Presuppositions, implicit assumptions or beliefs that are taken for granted within a statement without being explicitly stated or questioned. By delving into these distinctions and engaging with the concepts and examples provided, you'll gain a comprehensive understanding of distortions and their impact on communication. This knowledge will enable you to enhance your communication skills, both written and verbal, leading to more effective and meaningful interactions in a variety of contexts. Get ready to challenge your assumptions and unlock the true potential of your communication skills with NLP and distortions.
Section title, Mind Reading.
Mind reading, a form of distortion in which an individual assumes they know what someone else is thinking or feeling without any direct evidence or communication. Mind reading happens when the surface structure, the actual words used, implies that the speaker knows the thoughts or feelings of another person without direct evidence. In the deep structure, the complete meaning, this assumption may not be supported by any actual information. This cognitive distortion can lead to misunderstandings, misinterpretations, and conflicts in communication. Mind reading is a common cognitive distortion that can be found in everyday communication and can have a significant impact on relationships and interactions. To help you gain a comprehensive understanding of mind reading in the context of NLP, let's explore its key characteristics, examples, and strategies for addressing it effectively. Key characteristics. Mind reading involves making assumptions about what others are thinking or feeling without direct evidence or communication. This cognitive distortion can lead to misunderstandings, misinterpretations, and conflicts, as it often relies on personal biases, past experiences, or stereotypes. Mind reading can prevent genuine, open communication and hinder the development of trust and understanding in relationships. Examples. Example, a person assumes their partner is upset with them because they haven't spoken much all day. In reality, the partner may be quiet because they're preoccupied with work or personal issues. Example, during a meeting, a team member believes their colleague disapproves of their idea because of a brief frown. The colleague might have frowned for an unrelated reason or may not even be aware of their facial expression. Example, a parent assumes their child is avoiding them because they're angry when, in fact, the child is merely busy with schoolwork and extracurricular activities. Strategies for addressing mind reading. Recognize and challenge assumptions. When you notice yourself engaging in mind reading, acknowledge the assumption you're making and consider alternative explanations for the person's behavior, thoughts, or feelings. Seek clarification. If you're unsure about what someone is thinking or feeling, ask them directly. Open, honest communication can help dispel mind reading distortions and promote a more accurate understanding of the situation. Practice empathy and active listening. By empathizing with others and actively listening to their perspectives, you can gain a deeper understanding of their thoughts and feelings, reducing the need to rely on mind-reading assumptions. Be aware of personal biases. Our own biases, experiences, and beliefs can influence our tendency to engage in mind reading. Be aware of these factors and try to maintain an open, unbiased perspective when interpreting others' thoughts and feelings. Let's provide 3 more examples of mind reading and a detailed explanation of each to ensure a comprehensive understanding of this cognitive distortion. Example 1, statement, my friend didn't invite me to her party because she doesn't like me anymore. Mind reading, assuming the friend's reason for not inviting the person is due to a dislike for them. Explanation, in this example, the individual assumes that their friend no longer likes them based solely on the fact that they were not invited to a party. However, there could be many other reasons for not being invited, such as an oversight, a limited guest list, or a belief that the person would be unavailable. Jumping to the conclusion that the friend no longer likes them is an instance of mind reading, which can cause unnecessary emotional distress and damage the relationship. Example 2, statement, my boss looked unhappy during my presentation, so he must think my work is terrible. Mind reading, assuming the boss's thoughts based on their facial expression. Explanation, in this scenario, the individual interprets their boss's facial expression as an indication that their work is subpar. However, the boss's expression could be due to a variety of unrelated factors, such as being tired or preoccupied with other concerns. Assuming the boss's thoughts based on their appearance is a form of mind reading, which can lead to self-doubt and miscommunication. Example 3, statement, my spouse didn't say I love you before leaving for work today, so they must be upset with me. Mind reading, assuming the spouse's feelings based on a single deviation from their usual behavior. Explanation, in this case, the individual assumes their spouse is upset with them because they didn't say I love you before leaving for work, despite the possibility that the spouse simply forgot or was in a hurry. By engaging in mind reading, the person creates unnecessary worry and tension in their relationship. To ensure a comprehensive understanding of mind reading, keep the following key points in mind. Mind reading involves making assumptions about others' thoughts or feelings without direct evidence or communication. This cognitive distortion can lead to misunderstandings, misinterpretations, and conflicts in relationships. Recognize mind reading and challenge your assumptions by considering alternative explanations for others' behavior. Foster open, honest communication and practice empathy and active listening to gain a more accurate understanding of others' perspectives. By examining these family-related examples of mind reading, you can gain a better understanding of how this cognitive distortion can affect relationships and communication within a family context. Example 4, statement, my teenage daughter has been spending more time in her room lately.
She must think I'm a terrible parent.
Mind reading, assuming the daughter's thoughts based on her recent behavior. Explanation, in this situation, the parent assumes that their daughter's increased time spent in her room is a reflection of her opinion about their parenting skills. However, the daughter could be spending more time alone for various reasons, such as schoolwork, friendships, or simply wanting some personal space. By engaging in mind reading, the parent is creating unnecessary anxiety and self-doubt. Example 5, statement, my son didn't tell me about his school project until the last minute.
He must not trust me to help him.
Mind reading, assuming the son's thoughts based on his actions. Explanation, here, the parent assumes that their son's late disclosure of his school project indicates a lack of trust in their ability to help. However, there could be other reasons for the late disclosure, such as forgetfulness or a belief that the parent is too busy to help. By engaging in mind reading, the parent may misinterpret their son's intentions and create tension in their relationship. Example 6, statement, my spouse didn't ask for my opinion on the new paint color for the living room.
They must not value my input.
Mind reading, assuming the spouse's thoughts based on their decision-making process. Explanation, in this example, the individual assumes that their spouse's failure to ask for their opinion on the paint color signifies a lack of respect for their input. However, there could be many other reasons for not asking, such as a belief that the individual would like the chosen color or an oversight due to the numerous decisions involved in home improvement projects. Engaging in mind reading can lead to resentment and misunderstandings in the relationship.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For mind reading.
Real-life examples of mind reading.
He didn't even say goodbye. He must be mad at me.
This assumption presumes knowledge of the other person's feelings based on a singular action. A more grounded response might be, he didn't say goodbye, which is unusual.
I'm wondering if there's something on his mind. She didn't invite me to her party, so she obviously doesn't like me.
This thought jumps to a conclusion based on a single incident. A more reasonable interpretation could be, I wasn't included in her party invites.
There could be multiple reasons for this, not necessarily because she doesn't like me. They didn't respond to my message. They must not care about our friendship.
This statement might reflect more of your insecurity than the reality of your relationship. A more balanced approach could be, I haven't received a response to my message yet.
They might be busy or haven't seen it yet. My boss didn't compliment my work, so she must think it's terrible.
This assumption reads negatively into a lack of feedback. A more measured perspective could be, my boss hasn't commented on my work yet.
It's unclear whether she didn't like it or simply didn't have time to provide feedback. He's not talking to me today, so he must be upset with me.
This statement attributes someone else's behavior to your actions without concrete evidence. A more neutral stance might be, he seems less communicative today.
There could be various reasons for this, not necessarily related to me. She's smiling. She must be happy.
This assumption oversimplifies the range of human emotions. A more thoughtful reflection could be, she's smiling.
I'm curious to know what good news or thoughts she might have.
They're always quiet in meetings. They must not have any good ideas. This conclusion overinterprets someone's silence. A more fair interpretation might be, they tend to be quiet during meetings.
It's not clear why they may be processing information, or they could feel hesitant to speak up. He never texts me first. He must not be interested in our friendship.
This statement draws a potentially inaccurate conclusion based on limited data. A more cautious approach could be, he usually doesn't initiate text conversations.
I wonder why that is. She looks serious. She must be in a bad mood.
This assumption makes a judgment based on external appearance. A more open-minded response could be, she seems serious.
I hope everything is okay. He left without saying anything. He must be disappointed with the outcome.
This statement presumes dissatisfaction based on one action. A more fair assessment could be, he left without any comment.
I'm unsure how he felt about the outcome.
Practical exercises for mind reading. Select a written piece such as a newspaper article, blog post, or a chapter from a book and identify instances of mind reading. Write these statements down, then challenge yourself to rephrase them without assuming the thoughts or feelings of others. Listen to a podcast, a radio talk show, or watch a TED Talk. Pay close attention to instances of mind reading in the dialogue. Consider how these could be rephrased to avoid unwarranted assumptions. Write a short story or an anecdote filled with mind reading statements. Once done, critically review the text and identify these instances. Attempt to rewrite the sentences to reflect a more open, non-assumptive perspective. Engage in conversations using mind reading statements. Observe how people react to these presumptions. Do they challenge your assumptions or let them pass without comment? What does this tell you about the effectiveness and potential dangers of mind reading in communication? Reflect on your previous conversations. Try to identify situations where you might have engaged in mind reading. Practice reframing these instances in a more open-ended, non-assumptive way. Through a thoughtful exploration of these real-life examples and engaging in practical exercises, you will develop a deeper understanding of mind reading and its potential pitfalls in communication. This newfound knowledge can help you avoid making unfounded assumptions, leading to more effective and nuanced conversations.
Section title: Cause and Effect Statements.
Cause and effect statements, statements that assume a direct causal relationship between two events or experiences, often oversimplifying complex interactions. Cause and effect statements occur when the surface structure, the actual words used, implies a direct causal relationship between two events or experiences, often oversimplifying complex interactions. The deep structure, the complete meaning, might contain more nuances and variables that influence the situation. By focusing only on the surface structure, the multiple factors affecting the outcome may be overlooked, leading to misunderstandings or misconceptions. Cause and effect statements in NLP refer to the assumption of a direct causal relationship between two events or experiences, often without considering other contributing factors or variables. This pattern is a simplification of complex interactions, and it can lead to misunderstandings and misconceptions. To fully understand cause and effect statements, let's explore their key features, potential pitfalls, and how to address them effectively. Key features. Oversimplification. Cause and effect statements simplify complex situations by attributing a single cause to a particular effect. This reductionist approach overlooks the multitude of factors that can contribute to a given outcome. Assumption of causality. These statements assume that one event or experience directly causes another, even when there may be no evidence to support this assumption. Linear thinking. Cause and effect statements often reflect linear thinking, where one event is presumed to lead directly to another, ignoring the possibility of more complex, interconnected relationships between variables. Potential pitfalls. Misunderstandings. By simplifying complex situations, cause and effect statements can lead to misunderstandings, as they may not accurately represent the true nature of a relationship between events or experiences. Misconceptions. Assuming causality where none exists can result in misconceptions about the factors influencing a situation, leading to incorrect beliefs or conclusions. Limited problem solving. Relying on cause and effect thinking can hinder effective problem solving, as it may prevent individuals from considering alternative explanations or exploring the broader context of a situation. Addressing cause and effect statements. Challenge assumptions. Question the causal relationships presented in cause and effect statements and consider whether other factors or variables could be influencing the situation. Consider context. Keep the broader context in mind when evaluating cause and effect statements, and explore how various factors may interact with one another. Seek evidence. Look for evidence to support or refute the causality proposed in cause and effect statements, and be open to revising your understanding as new information becomes available. Embrace complexity. Recognize that real-world situations are often more complex than simple cause and effect relationships suggest, and strive to develop a deeper understanding of the factors at play. Let's explore some examples of cause and effect statements and provide explanations to help you gain a comprehensive understanding. Example 1. Statement: she didn't get the promotion because she didn't work hard enough. Cause and effect. The statement assumes that the lack of promotion is directly caused by the individual's work ethic. Explanation. This statement overlooks other possible factors that could have contributed to the promotion decision, such as office politics, the qualifications of other candidates, or even company budget constraints. By focusing solely on work ethic, the statement oversimplifies the situation and potentially misrepresents the true cause of the outcome. Example 2, statement, he failed the test because he didn't study. Cause and effect. The statement assumes that the test failure is a direct result of not studying. Explanation. Although studying is an important factor in test performance, other variables could have contributed to the failure, such as test anxiety, lack of sleep, or even an unexpected personal issue. By attributing the failure solely to a lack of studying, the statement ignores these potential influences and oversimplifies the situation. Example 3, statement, violent video games cause aggressive behavior in children. Cause and effect. The statement assumes a direct causal relationship between playing violent video games and displaying aggressive behavior. Explanation. While some studies suggest a correlation between violent video games and aggression, the relationship is complex and multifaceted. Other factors, such as family environment, mental health, and personal experiences, can also contribute to aggressive behavior. By asserting a direct cause and effect relationship, the statement overlooks these other factors and simplifies a complex issue. By examining these examples, you can gain a better understanding of how cause and effect statements can oversimplify complex situations and lead to misunderstandings or misconceptions. Recognizing these patterns in your own thinking and communication can help you develop a more nuanced and accurate understanding of the factors influencing a given situation. This, in turn, can improve your decision-making and problem-solving abilities. These following examples demonstrate how cause and effect statements can oversimplify complex situations within a family context. Example 4, statement, our son is struggling in school because we're not strict enough with his homework. Cause and effect. The statement assumes that the child's academic struggles are a direct result of the parent's leniency with homework. Explanation. While parental involvement in homework can influence a child's academic performance, other factors, such as learning difficulties, teacher effectiveness, and the child's motivation, can also play a role. By attributing the struggles solely to parental strictness, the statement overlooks these potential influences and simplifies the situation. Example 5, statement, our daughter is always moody because she spends too much time on social media. Cause and effect. The statement assumes that the daughter's moodiness is directly caused by her social media use. Explanation. Although excessive social media use can impact a person's mood and well-being, other factors might contribute to the daughter's moodiness, such as hormonal changes, stress, or social pressures. By asserting a direct cause and effect relationship between social media use and moodiness, the statement oversimplifies the situation and may not address the root cause of the behavior. Example 6, statement, our family fights all the time because my spouse works too much and isn't present enough. Cause and effect. The statement assumes that family conflicts are directly caused by the spouse's work schedule and lack of presence. Explanation. While a spouse's work schedule and presence can impact family dynamics, other factors might contribute to conflicts, such as communication styles, individual stressors, or unresolved past issues. By attributing family conflicts solely to the spouse's work, the statement ignores these potential influences and simplifies a complex situation.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For cause and effect statements.
Detailed examples of cause and effect statements.
Her criticism made me feel terrible.
This statement directly links someone's actions with your emotional state. However, it could be more effectively rephrased to emphasize your own feelings as responses rather than effects, such as I felt terrible when she criticized me.
You make me so happy.
While it's a common expression of affection, this statement assigns responsibility for your happiness to another person. A better formulation might be being with you fills me with happiness, which emphasizes the happiness you feel rather than attributing it directly to the person.
His words hurt her feelings.
This statement presumes to know the impact of his words on her. A more nuanced approach might be she felt hurt after hearing his words, which focuses on her feelings as responses, not simply effects.
Their constant arguing is driving me crazy.
This statement implies that the arguing is directly causing your feelings of frustration. A better alternative might be, I find myself feeling frustrated when they argue constantly, which illustrates your response without implying direct causation.
The weather is making me feel depressed.
This statement makes a direct link between external conditions and your feelings. It could be rephrased as, I tend to feel depressed during this kind of weather, which emphasizes your experience without assigning causality to the weather.
My boss's approval makes me feel more confident.
Here, the confidence is portrayed as a direct result of the boss's approval. Instead, you might say, I feel more confident when I receive approval from my boss, which acknowledges the correlation without stating it as a cause and effect relationship.
Seeing her smile always brightens my day.
While this is a sweet sentiment, it credits her smile with the power to alter your day. A more accurate way to express this might be, my day feels brighter whenever I see her smile, maintaining the positivity while recognizing your feelings as responses.
He ruined my day by canceling our plans.
This statement directly blames the person for ruining your day. A better alternative could be, I felt like my day was ruined when our plans were canceled, which acknowledges your feelings without assigning blame.
Your negativity is bringing me down.
This statement suggests that someone else's attitude directly impacts your mood. It could be rephrased as, I tend to feel down when I'm surrounded by negativity, which emphasizes your experience without assigning causality to the other person's negativity.
Their support is what keeps me going.
While this statement recognizes the value of their support, it also implies that it is the primary reason for your motivation. A better phrasing might be, when I feel their support, I find it easier to keep going, emphasizing your response rather than attributing your motivation directly to their support. Practical exercises for cause and effect statements. Select a newspaper article or blog post and identify any cause and effect statements. Write them down and consider how they might be rephrased to highlight the person's response rather than implying a direct causal link. When watching a film or listening to a podcast, note any cause and effect statements used in dialogue. Think about how these could be rephrased to avoid assuming direct causality. Write a short story or a piece of dialogue filled with cause and effect statements. Afterward, go through the text and find these instances, then rewrite them to focus on the person's response rather than a direct cause and effect relationship. In your conversations, deliberately use cause and effect statements and pay attention to how others react. Do they challenge or accept your assumptions about causality? How does the tone and the nature of the conversation change as a result? Reflect on your past conversations and recognize when you've used cause and effect statements. Practice reframing these instances to eliminate direct causality and consider how it alters the clarity and impact of your message. In group discussions, try to observe how often cause and effect statements are used by others. What effect do these statements have on the flow and understanding of the conversation? By deepening your understanding of cause and effect statements and their implications, you can develop more precise communication skills. This knowledge will aid you in fostering more effective and meaningful conversations, where feelings and reactions are recognized as personal responses rather than direct outcomes of external events or actions.
Section title: Complex Equivalences.
Complex equivalences, statements that equate two unrelated events or experiences, implying that one directly leads to the other. Complex equivalences arise when the surface structure, the actual words used, equates two unrelated events or experiences, implying that one directly leads to the other. In the deep structure, the complete meaning, these events or experiences may not actually be connected or may have more nuanced relationships. By simplifying the deep structure into a surface structure that directly equates the two, misunderstandings, misconceptions, or biased thinking can occur as the complexities of real-life situations are overlooked. Let's explore complex equivalence in NLP and provide explanations and examples to help you gain a comprehensive understanding of this concept. Complex equivalence. Complex equivalence is a cognitive distortion that occurs when two unrelated events or experiences are equated, suggesting that one directly leads to the other. This pattern of thinking can create misunderstandings, misconceptions, or biased thinking, as it disregards the complexities of real-life situations and the numerous factors that can influence outcomes. Key points. Oversimplification. Complex equivalence oversimplifies situations by ignoring other potential influencing factors and assuming a direct connection between two unrelated events or experiences. Cognitive distortion. This pattern of thinking can distort our perception of reality, leading to biased conclusions and potentially inappropriate actions or decisions. Recognizing and addressing. Becoming aware of complex equivalence patterns in our thinking and communication can help us develop a more accurate and nuanced understanding of situations, improve our decision-making, and enhance our communication skills. Examples. Example 1. A manager believes that an employee who arrives late to work is disrespectful and uncommitted to the job, equating lateness with disrespect and lack of commitment. This assumption overlooks other potential reasons for the employee's lateness, such as traffic, family emergencies, or health issues. Example 2. A person assumes that someone who dresses fashionably must be superficial and materialistic, equating fashion sense with superficiality and materialism. This belief disregards the possibility that the individual may simply enjoy fashion as a form of self-expression or even as a professional requirement. Example 3. A parent believes that a child who performs poorly in a sports match doesn't enjoy the sport, equating poor performance with lack of enjoyment. The parent's assumption may not consider factors such as performance anxiety, lack of experience, or temporary setbacks. Let's delve deeper into complex equivalence with more detailed explanations and examples to help you gain a comprehensive understanding. Key points. Complex equivalence can lead to misunderstandings and misinterpretations because it creates a false sense of connection between unrelated events or experiences. By recognizing complex equivalence patterns in our thoughts and communication, we can challenge these distortions and develop a more accurate and balanced understanding of various situations. Questioning complex equivalence can open up new perspectives and promote more effective decision-making and communication. Detailed explanation. Complex equivalence can be thought of as a mental shortcut that simplifies complex situations by connecting unrelated events or experiences. While this pattern of thinking can sometimes help us make sense of the world, it can also lead to misunderstandings, misconceptions, and biased decision-making. To address complex equivalence, it's essential to question the connections we make between events or experiences and consider alternative explanations. This involves examining our assumptions, exploring other potential factors, and seeking additional information to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. Examples. Example 4. A teacher assumes that a student who doesn't participate in class discussions is uninterested in the subject matter, equating silence with disinterest. This assumption overlooks other potential reasons for the student's silence, such as shyness, lack of confidence, or needing more time to process information. By questioning this complex equivalence, the teacher might explore alternative explanations and develop strategies to better support the student's learning and participation. Example 5. A friend believes that someone who doesn't respond to a text message immediately must be upset or angry with them, equating delayed response with anger or resentment. This assumption ignores other possible reasons for the delayed response, such as being busy, experiencing technical issues, or simply forgetting to reply. Challenging this complex equivalence can help the friend avoid jumping to conclusions and maintain a more balanced perspective on the situation. Example 6. A person assumes that a coworker who frequently takes breaks is lazy and unproductive, equating frequent breaks with laziness and lack of productivity. This assumption disregards the possibility that the coworker may have a medical condition, require mental breaks to maintain focus, or be more productive during their working periods. By questioning this complex equivalence, the person can develop a more nuanced understanding of the coworker's behavior and avoid making unfair judgments. Here are 3 more examples of complex equivalence in a family setting. Example 7. A parent assumes that their child's poor performance in school is due to a lack of effort, equating poor grades with laziness. This assumption neglects other possible factors, such as learning difficulties, problems with the teaching style, or personal issues affecting the child's focus. By questioning this complex equivalence, the parent can explore other explanations and provide better support for their child's academic progress. Example 8. A spouse believes that their partner's forgetfulness about household chores indicates a lack of care or respect for the relationship, equating forgetfulness with disregard for the relationship. This assumption overlooks other potential reasons for the forgetfulness, such as stress, being overwhelmed, or simple human error. Challenging this complex equivalence can help the spouse avoid making unfair judgments and address the issue in a more constructive manner. Example 9. A sibling thinks that their brother or sister spending more time with friends means they don't enjoy spending time with the family, equating time spent with friends with disinterest in family time. This assumption ignores the possibility that the sibling may simply be going through a phase or developing new social connections. By questioning this complex equivalence, the concerned sibling can maintain a more balanced perspective and avoid making hasty conclusions about their siblings' feelings towards the family.
Section title: Real-life examples and practical exercises. For complex equivalences.
In-depth examples of complex equivalences.
She didn't return my call, so she must not like me.
This statement connects an unreturned call directly with disliking someone, which is an assumption that can be rephrased as, she didn't return my call, she might have been preoccupied with other matters.
He's always late, he's so irresponsible.
This statement implies that tardiness equals irresponsibility. An alternative could be, he's always late. This could indicate a struggle with time management or unforeseen circumstances.
She never smiles, she must be unhappy.
Here, the absence of smiling is linked with unhappiness. A more nuanced rephrase might be, she never smiles. There could be a myriad of reasons, not necessarily linked to her overall happiness.
He didn't accept my invitation. He's not interested in being friends.
This statement assumes that declining an invitation signals a lack of interest in friendship. A more balanced rephrase could be, he didn't accept my invitation. There could be other commitments or reasons for his unavailability.
They never invite me to their parties. They must think I'm boring.
Here, the lack of invitations is tied to personal dullness. A better interpretation might be, they never invite me to their parties. It's possible they are unaware of my interest in attending.
She's always on her phone. She's so antisocial.
This statement links phone use directly with antisocial behavior. A more nuanced observation could be, she's always on her phone. She might be handling important communications or prefers interacting digitally.
He never spends time with his family. He must not care about them.
This statement presumes that not spending time with family equals a lack of care. A fairer interpretation might be, he rarely spends time with his family. He might be dealing with other commitments or personal issues.
She got a promotion. She must be doing something right.
Here, the promotion is directly tied to performing well. A more comprehensive perspective could be, she got a promotion. There could be multiple factors contributing to her advancement.
They don't dress up for events. They must not care about their appearance.
This statement implies a lack of interest in appearance based on not dressing up. A fairer rephrase could be, they don't dress up for events. Perhaps they have a unique sense of style or comfort preference.
He's always in a good mood. He must have a perfect life.
This statement equates consistent good moods with a perfect life. A better interpretation might be, he's always in a good mood. He may have a positive outlook or effective coping mechanisms for stress. Practical exercises for complex equivalences. Analyze a newspaper article or blog post, identifying any complex equivalences. Consider their context and how they might be rephrased to avoid oversimplification or presumption. While watching a movie or listening to a podcast, pay attention to the dialogue for any complex equivalences. Try to deconstruct these statements and rephrase them in a way that does not lead to conclusions. Craft a short narrative or dialogue filled with complex equivalences. After completing this, revisit the text and revise the statements to avoid attributing unjustified meanings or presumptions. Engage in conversations with friends or family, intentionally incorporating complex equivalences. Observe their reactions and discuss the assumptions embedded in these statements, facilitating a better understanding of how these shape your conversations.
Section title: Lost performative.
Lost performative, statements that express a judgment or value without mentioning the source of that belief, often resulting in dogmatic or unsupported claims. Lost performatives occur when the surface structure, the actual words used, expresses a judgment or value without mentioning the source of that belief. In the deep structure, the complete meaning, the source or authority behind the judgment would provide context and credibility. When the source is omitted during the conversion from deep structure to surface structure, the resulting statement can become dogmatic or unsupported, making it difficult to challenge or question due to the lack of context or authority. Lost performatives are a common language pattern found in many conversations, and being aware of them can help you better understand and navigate communication. Lost performatives are statements that express a judgment, value, or opinion without mentioning the source of the belief. By not specifying the authority behind the statement, the speaker may inadvertently create a dogmatic or unsupported claim, which can be challenging to question or discuss. This pattern can lead to misunderstandings or disagreements, as individuals may assume that the judgment is objective or universally accepted when it is actually subjective and open to interpretation. Here are some key points to help you understand and recognize lost performatives. Identify the judgment. Lost performatives often involve value-laden words or phrases that convey a judgment. Look for words like good, bad, right, wrong, should, or ought in statements to detect potential lost performatives. Look for the missing source. When you come across a statement that seems to express a judgment without a clear source, consider whether it is a lost performative. Ask yourself, who says? Or according to whom? To identify the absence of authority or context. Clarify the belief. If you encounter a lost performative, seek clarification by asking questions like, what makes you say that? Or can you tell me more about where that belief comes from? This will help you better understand the speaker's perspective and the reasoning behind their judgment. Be aware of your own lost performatives. Recognize when you might be using lost performatives in your communication and practice being more specific about the sources of your beliefs. This can help promote open and productive conversations with others. Encourage critical thinking. By identifying and discussing lost performatives, you can encourage others to think more critically about their beliefs and assumptions. This can lead to deeper understanding, more effective communication, and more informed decision-making. By understanding and addressing lost performatives, you can improve your communication skills and foster healthier, more productive conversations in various contexts. Let's go through some examples of lost performatives and explore ways to address them for a better understanding. Example 1. It's wrong to stay up late on weekdays. In this statement, the speaker is expressing a judgment about staying up late without specifying the source or context of that belief. To address this lost performative, you could ask, according to whom is it wrong? Or what makes you say that? This encourages the speaker to provide context or reasoning behind their opinion, promoting clearer communication. Example 2. You should always eat breakfast. Here, the speaker is making a claim about eating breakfast without mentioning the basis for that belief. To address this lost performative, you could ask, what's the reasoning behind that statement? Or who recommends always eating breakfast? By seeking clarification, you can better understand the speaker's perspective and the source of their judgment. Example 3. One must never mix business with pleasure. In this statement, the speaker is expressing a belief about mixing business and pleasure without specifying the authority behind that judgment. To address this lost performative, you could ask, who says that? Or can you provide more context for that belief? This will help uncover the reasoning behind the statement and facilitate a more productive conversation. Example 4. Exercising in the morning is best. This statement conveys a judgment about exercising in the morning without mentioning the source of that belief. To address this lost performative, you could ask, what makes you say that? Or is there a particular study or expert that supports that claim? By asking for clarification, you can gain a more comprehensive understanding of the speaker's viewpoint and the basis of their judgment. When addressing lost performatives, it's essential to ask questions and encourage the speaker to provide context or reasoning behind their beliefs. This not only helps you gain a better understanding of their perspective, but also promotes healthier, more productive conversations. Additionally, being aware of lost performatives in your own communication can help you become more mindful of the way you express your judgments and opinions. Here are 3 more examples of lost performatives in a family setting. Example 5. It's important to go to college. In this statement, the speaker is expressing a belief about the importance of attending college without specifying the source of that belief. To address this lost performative, you could ask, what makes you say that? Or can you explain why you believe it's important? This encourages the speaker to provide context or reasoning behind their opinion, promoting clearer communication. Example 6. Children should always respect their elders. Here, the speaker is making a claim about children respecting their elders without mentioning the basis for that belief. To address this lost performative, you could ask, what's the reasoning behind that statement? Or who taught you that children should always respect their elders? By seeking clarification, you can better understand the speaker's perspective and the source of their judgment. Example 7. Family always comes first. In this statement, the speaker is expressing a belief about prioritizing family without specifying the authority behind that judgment. To address this lost performative, you could ask, who says that? Or can you provide more context for that belief? This will help uncover the reasoning behind the statement and facilitate a more productive conversation. Remember that the key to addressing lost performatives is to ask questions and encourage the speaker to provide context or reasoning behind their beliefs. This approach will help promote healthier, more productive conversations and a deeper understanding of the speaker's perspective.
Section title: Real-life examples and practical exercises. For lost performative.
Expanded examples of lost performatives.
It's bad to eat junk food.
This statement asserts a universal truth without citing the source. A more informative rephrase could be, nutritional experts and medical professionals generally agree that it's unhealthy to frequently consume junk food.
You should exercise every day.
This statement offers advice without stating who endorses this idea. An alternative could be, most fitness and health professionals suggest that incorporating daily physical activity is beneficial for overall health.
It's important to get 8 hours of sleep every night.
Here, a health guideline is presented as universally accepted. A more accurate version might be, sleep research studies often recommend that, on average, getting 8 hours of sleep every night is beneficial for optimal cognitive function and health.
You must never give up.
This inspirational phrase could be attributed to a specific viewpoint, such as, motivational speakers and self-help books often emphasize that persistence and never giving up are key to achieving goals.
This movie is terrible.
Rather than stating it as a fact, you could say, in my personal assessment, I found this movie lacking in various aspects.
You need to study harder to get better grades.
This advice might be more accurately expressed as, your teachers or academic advisors might recommend that you need to invest more study time to improve your grades.
It's wrong to lie.
While a widely accepted moral standard, it could be clarified by saying, the majority of ethical codes and societal norms advocate that dishonesty, such as lying, is morally wrong.
You have to respect your elders.
Instead of presenting it as an unattributed rule, say, in many societies and cultures, there's a strong emphasis on the importance of respecting one's elders.
It's crucial to save money for the future.
A sourced version of this advice could be, financial planners and successful investors frequently highlight the importance of saving money for future financial stability.
This is the best restaurant in town.
This could be more accurately represented as, according to multiple food critics and online reviews, this is considered one of the best restaurants in town. Practical exercises for lost performatives. Review an article or blog post, identify instances of lost performatives, then note these down. Attempt to rephrase them, attributing the assertion to a specific source or viewpoint. During a podcast, movie, or video, observe any occurrences of lost performatives. Think about how these statements can be reworded to avoid unattributed assertions. Construct a dialogue or short story, deliberately infusing lost performatives. Then, reassess your work and rectify these instances by attributing them to specific sources or viewpoints. Conduct conversations with friends, family, or colleagues, intentionally using lost performatives. Monitor their reactions, noting if they question the source or accept the statements as they are. Reflect on your past interactions and locate instances of lost performatives. Try to reformulate these statements, attributing them to a specific source or viewpoint. Consider how this alteration influences the precision and impact of your communication. By dissecting these exhaustive examples and involving yourself in these exercises, you can gain a profound understanding of lost performatives. This awareness can be pivotal in enhancing your communication skills, fostering more precise, informative, and effective conversations.
Section title: Presuppositions.
Presuppositions, implicit assumptions or beliefs that underlie a statement, which can influence perceptions and interpretations. Presuppositions are implicit assumptions or beliefs that underlie a statement in the deep structure, the complete meaning. When converting the deep structure into the surface structure, the actual words used, these assumptions may not be explicitly stated but still influence the way the statement is perceived and interpreted. Identifying and addressing presuppositions can help to clarify the intended meaning and promote more effective communication by making these underlying assumptions explicit and open for discussion. Presuppositions are an essential concept in NLP, as they can significantly impact the way we perceive and interpret information. They are the underlying assumptions or beliefs that form the foundation of a statement or question. Let's delve deeper into the concept and its implications. Types of presuppositions. There are several types of presuppositions, including existential, temporal, and causal. Existential presuppositions assume the existence of something, while temporal presuppositions relate to time, and causal presuppositions assume a cause-effect relationship. Impact on communication. Presuppositions can influence the way we interpret and understand a statement, as they often go unnoticed and unchallenged. They can create misunderstandings, biases, or even conflicts in communication. Identifying presuppositions. To identify presuppositions, pay close attention to the language used in a statement or question, and consider the underlying assumptions that may be present. Look for words or phrases that imply the existence of something, a cause-effect relationship, or a specific time frame. Addressing presuppositions. Once you've identified presuppositions, you can address them by questioning the assumptions and seeking clarification. Ask questions like, "What makes you believe that?" Or, "Could you provide more information about your assumption?" This encourages the speaker to elaborate on their beliefs, promoting clearer communication and understanding. The role of awareness. Being aware of your own presuppositions and those of others is crucial for effective communication. Recognize that everyone has their own unique set of beliefs and assumptions, which can influence their perception of the world. Cultivate an open mind, and be willing to question your own assumptions to promote personal growth and more effective communication. Let's explore presuppositions in greater detail, looking at different types and their implications in communication. Different types of presuppositions. Type A, existential presuppositions. These assume the existence of an entity, object, or concept. For example, the problem needs to be solved presupposes that there is a problem. Type B, temporal presuppositions. These involve assumptions about time, such as a specific sequence of events or duration. For example, before you leave, turn off the lights presupposes that the person will leave. Type C, causal presuppositions. These involve cause-effect relationships, which may not always be accurate or warranted. For example, your criticism made her cry presupposes that the criticism directly caused her to cry, ignoring potential alternative explanations. Challenging presuppositions. When addressing presuppositions, it's crucial to challenge them in a respectful and open-minded manner. Instead of outright dismissing the other person's beliefs or assumptions, encourage dialogue and exploration by asking open-ended questions. The influence of context. It's important to consider the context in which a statement is made, as the presuppositions may vary based on the speaker's background, culture, and experiences. By understanding the context, you can better identify and address the underlying assumptions. The role of rapport and empathy. When addressing presuppositions, building rapport and demonstrating empathy can help create a more comfortable environment for discussing assumptions and beliefs. This can lead to more open and honest conversations, promoting better understanding and communication. Developing flexibility in communication. Recognizing that presuppositions are present in all forms of communication can help you develop flexibility in your communication style. By being aware of your own and others' presuppositions, you can adapt your language and approach to facilitate more effective communication and understanding. Now let's go through some examples and a more detailed explanation to provide a comprehensive understanding of presuppositions in communication. Example 1, statement, when you finish the report, send it to me. Presupposition, the report will be finished. Explanation, this statement assumes that the person will complete the report. It is important to be aware of such assumptions and consider whether they are accurate or appropriate. Example 2, statement, why does he always have to be late? Presupposition, he is always late. Explanation, this question presupposes that the person is habitually late. By questioning the assumption and exploring alternative explanations or viewpoints, you can foster better understanding and avoid jumping to conclusions. Example 3, statement, she failed because she didn't study hard enough. Presupposition, the reason for her failure is lack of studying. Explanation, the statement assumes a direct cause-effect relationship between her studying habits and her failure. However, other factors might be involved. By addressing the presupposition, you can open up a discussion about potential contributing factors and avoid oversimplifying the situation. Example 4, statement, this movie is better than the last one. Presupposition, there is a basis for comparison between the two movies. Explanation, this statement assumes that a valid comparison can be made between the two movies. Recognizing the presupposition allows for more nuanced conversations about personal preferences, opinions, and the criteria used for comparison. When addressing presuppositions, keep the following in mind. Identify the underlying assumptions in the statement. Evaluate the accuracy, relevance, and appropriateness of the presuppositions. Challenge the presuppositions respectfully and openly by asking questions or providing alternative perspectives. Consider the context, background, and experiences of the speaker to better understand their presuppositions. Foster rapport, empathy, and open-mindedness in your communication to create a comfortable environment for discussing presuppositions. Here are 3 more examples of presuppositions in a family setting. Example 5, statement, when you get a job, you'll start paying rent. Presupposition, the person will eventually get a job. Explanation, this statement assumes that the person will secure a job at some point. It's important to be aware of such assumptions and consider whether they are realistic or appropriate given the person's circumstances. Example 6, statement, do you think your sister will ever stop being so messy? Presupposition, the sister is currently messy and has a history of being so. Explanation, the question presupposes that the sister has an ongoing issue with messiness. It may be helpful to explore alternative explanations or discuss specific instances rather than making a general assumption about her behavior. Example 7, statement, Mom's cooking is always so delicious. Presupposition, Mom's cooking is consistently delicious. Explanation, the statement assumes that the quality of Mom's cooking is always high. While it is a positive assumption, it's still important to recognize that people may have different tastes and preferences, and that the quality of a person's cooking may vary from time to time.
Section title, Real-Life Examples and Practical Exercises. For presuppositions.
Expanded examples of presuppositions.
Why did you fail the test?
This question takes for granted that the person has failed the test. A more neutral phrasing could be, can you share your result for the test?
How long have you been struggling with this issue?
This assumes the person is indeed struggling with an issue. An alternative way of asking could be, are you facing any particular challenges recently?
When did you stop eating junk food?
This presupposes the person has ceased eating junk food. A rephrase without presupposition might be, are you still consuming junk food or have you stopped?
What made you decide to quit your job?
This presupposes that the person has resigned from their job. Instead, you could ask, are you contemplating changing your current job or have you already decided to quit?
How did you manage to convince your boss?
This question takes it as a given that the person has persuaded their boss. A more open-ended question could be, were you able to discuss and convince your boss about your viewpoint?
Why are you always late?
This question presumes habitual tardiness. A more considerate phrasing could be, I've noticed you've been late a few times. Is there a particular reason for this?
What do you like most about your new job?
This assumes that the person has a new job and enjoys some aspect of it. An alternative question could be, if you've made a job transition recently, what aspects of it do you find appealing?
Did you enjoy the party?
This question takes it as granted that the person attended the party. A different approach could be, if you went to the party, how was your experience? When are you going to fix the problem? This presumes the presence of a problem and that it's the person's responsibility to rectify it. A more empathetic phrasing could be, is there an issue at hand that you're planning to address?
Why did you choose this career path?
This question presupposes that the person consciously chose their career path. Instead, you could ask, could you share how you ended up in your current career path? Practical exercises for presuppositions. Analyze a written piece, such as an article or blog post, and spot instances of presuppositions. Make note of these, then attempt to rephrase them without the implicit assumptions. Tune into a podcast, movie, or video, and identify occurrences of presuppositions. Think about how you could revise these statements to remove the inherent assumptions. Create a dialogue or short story, intentionally including presuppositions. Afterward, review your piece and correct these instances by rewording the presuppositions. Have discussions with friends, family, or colleagues, consciously using presuppositions. Note their reactions whether they question the hidden assumptions or ask for clarifications. Reflect upon your past interactions and pinpoint moments of presuppositions. Practice reworking these sentences to remove the assumptions. Consider how this alters the clarity and authenticity of your communication. By dissecting these comprehensive examples and practicing these exercises, you will develop a profound understanding of presuppositions and their role in communication. This knowledge can significantly enhance your communication skills, promoting clarity, precision, and authenticity in your interactions.
Section title, Metamodel Conclusion.
So, there you have it, my friends. We've journeyed through the fascinating landscape of the metamodel, a powerful tool that can revolutionize the way you communicate, think, and understand others. By mastering these linguistic patterns and bringing them into your daily interactions, you're unlocking a world where limitations crumble, ambiguities dissolve, and the true essence of communication emerges. With the metamodel in your arsenal, you'll be able to challenge assumptions, probe deeper into the minds of others, and create meaningful connections that go far beyond the superficial. And remember, it's not just about knowing the patterns, it's about using them artfully and with purpose, because that's where the real magic lies. Now, go forth and harness the power of the metamodel to transform your life and the lives of those around you. You know, the beauty of the metamodel distinctions is that they're everywhere, in virtually every single conversation we have. That's right, these patterns are present in our day-to-day interactions, and by learning to recognize and address them, we can enhance our communication skills and create deeper, more meaningful connections with others. Allow me to share with you an approach that may lead you on a journey of discovery as you learn to recognize and address these distinctions. The secret lies in the simplicity of focusing on one distinction at a time. By gently immersing yourself in a single distinction, you allow your mind to absorb its essence, to understand its patterns, and to naturally integrate it into your daily experiences. As you feel confident with one distinction, you may proceed to the next, layering your understanding like the brushstrokes of a master painter. This gradual, focused exploration fosters the development of a strong foundation, enabling you to weave the metamodel distinctions into the rich tapestry of your communication. And so, my friend, as you embark on this journey, remember that each distinction you embrace will enhance your ability to navigate the complexities of human communication, ultimately enriching your relationships and illuminating your path to understanding. Embrace this process, and let your mind be your guide.
Section title, Fast Track Integration.
Here are 3 solid and foolproof exercises to help you learn and integrate the metamodel right away. Role-play conversations. This exercise involves 2 people taking turns playing the roles of a speaker and a listener. The speaker will deliberately incorporate metamodel violations, deletions, generalizations, or distortions into their statements. The listener's task is to identify these violations and ask clarifying questions to gather more information. After a few minutes, switch roles and repeat the process. To make this exercise even more effective, prepare a list of statements with metamodel violations beforehand. This will help you ensure that both participants are actively practicing identifying and addressing metamodel violations. Analyze transcripts or recorded conversations. Find transcripts or recordings of conversations, interviews, or speeches, and go through them to identify instances of metamodel violations. Once you've found the violations, rephrase the statements to make them clearer and more specific. Additionally, come up with questions you could ask to gather more information and improve the clarity of the message. This exercise will help you practice recognizing and addressing metamodel violations in real-life scenarios. It also helps you develop the habit of actively listening and analyzing language patterns in everyday conversations. Journaling and self-reflection. Set aside time each day to journal about your experiences, thoughts, and emotions. As you write, pay close attention to your language patterns and identify any metamodel violations in your own writing. Once identified, rephrase your statements to eliminate the violations and make your language clearer and more precise. This exercise not only helps you internalize the metamodel concepts, but also encourages you to be more mindful of your own communication patterns. By consistently practicing these exercises, you will gradually develop a strong understanding of the metamodel and its distinctions, which will help you improve your communication skills and effectively navigate everyday conversations. Additionally, here's a 5-step system to fast-track learning the metamodel. 1. Familiarize yourself with the metamodel concepts using this book. Start by familiarizing yourself with the 3 main categories of the metamodel: deletions, generalizations, and distortions. Learn the specific distinctions within each category and understand how they affect communication. Study examples to see how these language patterns occur in real-life conversations. 2. Create flashcards, coming soon at hypnojunkie.com. Create flashcards for each metamodel distinction, including its definition, examples, and potential clarifying questions. Review these flashcards regularly to reinforce your understanding and recognition of the different distinctions. 3. Practice daily. Incorporate daily practice into your routine. This could include role-playing exercises, analyzing transcripts, or journaling. Consistent practice is essential for internalizing the metamodel concepts and improving your ability to recognize and address them in everyday communication. 4. Apply the metamodel in real-life situations. As you go about your day, actively listen to conversations and identify metamodel violations. Practice asking clarifying questions to gather more information and improve communication. This real-life application will help solidify your understanding of the metamodel and enhance your communication skills. 5. Reflect on your progress. Regularly reflect on your progress and assess your understanding of the metamodel. Identify areas where you may need more practice or review. This self-assessment will ensure that you continue to grow and develop your skills in applying the metamodel. By following this 5-step system, you'll be able to learn and integrate the metamodel more quickly and effectively. Keep in mind that mastering the metamodel takes time and consistent practice, so be patient with yourself as you work through the process. Another good method for experimenting with the metamodel is the metamodel challenge. This exercise is designed to help you practice recognizing and addressing metamodel violations in a fun and engaging way. Here's how it works. 1. Find a partner. Choose a partner who is also interested in learning the metamodel. This could be a friend, colleague, or family member. Ideally, your partner should have some basic knowledge of the metamodel concepts. 2. Set the context. Establish a specific context or scenario for the conversation. This could be a work-related discussion, a family disagreement, or a casual conversation between friends. Having a context in mind will make the exercise more realistic and engaging. 3. Role-play the conversation. Take turns playing the roles of the speaker and the listener. The speaker's goal is to intentionally incorporate metamodel violations into their statements. The listener's goal is to identify the violations and ask clarifying questions to address them. 4. Switch roles. After a set time or number of statements, switch roles so that both participants have the opportunity to practice as the speaker and the listener. This will help you develop your skills in recognizing and addressing metamodel violations from both perspectives. 5. Provide feedback. At the end of each round, discuss the metamodel violations that were identified and the clarifying questions that were asked. Offer constructive feedback on each other's performance, highlighting areas of strength and suggesting improvements. 6. Repeat and refine. Continue practicing the metamodel challenge, experimenting with different contexts and scenarios to build your skills in various situations. As you become more comfortable with the metamodel concepts, challenge yourself to incorporate more complex violations and ask more targeted clarifying questions. This method of experimenting with the metamodel will help you practice identifying and addressing metamodel violations in a controlled, supportive environment. As you become more skilled and confident, you'll find it easier to apply the metamodel in real-life conversations and improve the clarity and effectiveness of your communication.
Section title: Cheat Sheets Deletion. The Metamodel Cheat Sheet. Section 1: Deletion.
Part 1: Simple deletions. Definition: crucial information is omitted. Example: she was upset. Question to clarify: who or what upset her? Personal: I don't like it when you do that. What specific action are you referring to? Professional: the project failed. What specific factors led to the failure? Self-talk: I'm bad at this. What specific aspect are you struggling with? Part 2: Unspecified nouns. Subpart A: Lack of referential index. Subpart B: Unspecified referential index. Definition: a pronoun is used without specifying the person or object it represents. Example: they didn't listen to me. Question to clarify: who are they? Personal: they never invite me. Who are they? Professional: the team didn't deliver on time. Which team members were responsible? Self-talk: everyone thinks I'm weird. Who specifically thinks that? Part 3: Unspecified verbs. Definition: the action or process is not described in detail. Example: he fixed the car. Question to clarify: what did he do specifically to fix the car? Personal: she hurt me. What did she do specifically that hurt you? Professional: we improved the product. What specific improvements were made? Self-talk: I need to change. What specific change do you want to make? Part 4: Comparative deletions. Definition: comparisons are made without specifying the basis. Example: this option is better. Question to clarify: better in what way? Compared to what? Personal: he's a better partner. Better in what way? Professional: our competitor's product is superior. What specific features make it superior? Self-talk: I should be more like her. In what specific ways would you like to be more like her? Part 5: Nominalizations. Definition: turning a verb or adjective into a noun, which can make a process or quality seem fixed or static. Example: there is a lack of communication. Question to clarify: who is not communicating effectively? Personal: there's a lack of trust in our relationship. What specific actions or behaviors are causing this lack of trust? Professional: we need better collaboration. What specific collaborative actions or behaviors are needed? Self-talk: I struggle with motivation. What specific actions can you take to increase your motivation? Remember, each of these aspects of deletion in the metamodel involves omitting information in some way. Unpacking these deletions can reveal more accurate and comprehensive meaning, enhancing communication and understanding.
Section title: Cheat Sheets Generalization. The Metamodel Cheat Sheet.
Section 2: Generalization. Part 6: Universal Quantifiers. Definition: using words like always, never, every, etc. to make sweeping generalizations. Example: you never listen to me. Question to clarify: is it really never? Personal: you always interrupt me. Is it really always? Professional: management never listens to our ideas. Have there been instances where they have listened? Self-talk: I never succeed at anything. Are there no instances where you have succeeded? Part 7: Modal operators. Subpart A, modal operators of possibility. Subpart B, modal operators of necessity. Definition: using words like should, must, can't, etc. to imply necessity, obligation, or impossibility. Example: I must finish this project tonight. Question to clarify: what would happen if you didn't? Personal: we should spend more time together. What would happen if you didn't? Professional: I must complete this report by tomorrow. What are the consequences of not completing it by then? Self-talk: I can't overcome this challenge. What resources or support can help you overcome it? Part 8, allness statements. Definition: statements that claim total knowledge or understanding, often using words like all, everyone, or everything. Example: all politicians are corrupt. Question to clarify: is every single politician corrupt? Personal: all men are the same. Is this true for every single man? Professional: our entire team is incompetent. Are there no competent members on the team? Self-talk: nothing ever goes right for me. Are there no instances where things have gone right for you? Each of these aspects of generalization in the metamodel involves broad statements that can oversimplify or distort reality. By questioning these generalizations, we can uncover more nuanced and accurate understanding, improving our communication and critical thinking.
Section title: Cheat Sheets Distortion. The Metamodel Cheat Sheet.
Section 3, Distortion. Part 9, Mind Reading. Definition: assuming to know what others are thinking or feeling without evidence. Example: she thinks I'm not good enough. Question to clarify: how do you know what she thinks? Personal: he doesn't care about my feelings. How do you know what he feels or thinks? Professional: my boss thinks I'm not capable of handling this project. What evidence supports this assumption? Self-talk: people think I'm not smart enough. What specific feedback have you received that supports this belief? Part 10, Cause and Effect Statements. Definition: believing one event causes another without evidence. Example: when you laugh, it makes me feel stupid. Question to clarify: is your feeling of stupidity solely caused by their laughter? Personal: you make me feel unimportant. What specific actions lead you to feel this way? Professional: the new policy is causing low morale. What evidence connects the policy to morale? Self-talk: I can't be happy until I achieve success. Are there no other factors that contribute to happiness? Part 11, Complex Equivalences. Definition: equating two unrelated events or situations. Example: if you loved me, you would know what I want. Question to clarify: does love necessarily equal mind reading? Personal: if you loved me, you would spend more time with me. Does love always equal spending time together? Professional: if she were committed to the job, she wouldn't take so many vacations. Can committed employees not take vacations? Self-talk: I failed, so I must be a failure. Does one failure define your entire self-worth? Part 12, Lost Performative. Definition: value judgments are made without specifying the source. Example: it's wrong to eat meat. Question to clarify: according to whom or what belief? Personal: it's not right to keep secrets in a relationship. According to whom or what belief? Professional: working from home is unproductive. What evidence supports this claim? Self-talk: I shouldn't feel this way. Who says you shouldn't feel this way? Part 13, Presuppositions. Definition: implicitly assuming something to be true without evidence. Example: when will you stop procrastinating? Question to clarify: are you assuming the person is procrastinating? Personal: why don't you ever think about my needs? Assumes the person never considers your needs. Professional: when will your team finally meet the deadline? Assumes the team consistently fails to meet deadlines. Self-talk: why do I always mess up? Assumes you always make mistakes. Each of these aspects of distortion in the metamodel involves twisting or manipulating reality in some way. By identifying and questioning these distortions, we can communicate more accurately and effectively. Use this cheat sheet to enhance your understanding and challenge potentially misleading language patterns.
Section title: Studying Successful Interrogation Techniques.
Studying master interrogators can provide numerous benefits, particularly for individuals interested in enhancing their communication skills, understanding human behavior, and improving their ability to gather information. Here are some key benefits of studying master interrogators that will help you apply the metamodel in your everyday conversations. 1. Improved questioning techniques. Master interrogators are adept at asking precise, targeted questions that elicit valuable information from the person they're speaking with. By studying their methods, you can learn how to ask the right questions to obtain the information you need. 2. Enhanced listening skills. Effective interrogators are skilled listeners who can pick up on subtle cues and nuances in a person's speech, tone, and body language. Studying their techniques can help you become a more attentive and perceptive listener in everyday conversations. 3. Reading people. Master interrogators have a keen understanding of human behavior and are often able to read people's emotions, motivations, and intentions. Studying their approaches can help you better understand the people around you and respond more effectively to their needs. 4. Building rapport. Interrogators often excel at building rapport and establishing trust with the people they're questioning. Learning their techniques can help you create a more open and trusting atmosphere in your interactions, which can, in turn, facilitate better communication and more fruitful conversations. 5. Adapting to different situations. Master interrogators are skilled at adapting their techniques to suit the context and the individual they're interacting with. Studying their methods can help you become more flexible and adaptable in your communication strategies, allowing you to connect with a diverse range of people effectively. 6. Persuasion and influence. Interrogators are often skilled at persuading others and influencing their thoughts, feelings, and actions. By studying their techniques, you can learn how to become more persuasive and influential in both your personal and professional life. 7. Conflict resolution. Studying master interrogators can also provide insight into effective conflict resolution techniques, as they often need to navigate difficult situations and find common ground between opposing parties. 8. Personal growth and self-awareness. Analyzing the techniques of master interrogators can lead to greater self-awareness and personal growth, as you learn to recognize your own communication patterns and identify areas for improvement. Studying master interrogators can help you learn how to utilize their techniques in a more subtle and conversational manner, ensuring that the subject doesn't feel like they're being interrogated. Here are some ways to apply these skills without seeming overly probing or aggressive. Adopt a conversational tone. Master interrogators often use a relaxed, friendly tone to put the subject at ease and create a more open atmosphere. By adopting a similar tone in your interactions, you can encourage others to share information more willingly. Build rapport. Focus on establishing a genuine connection with the person you're speaking with by showing genuine interest in their experiences, thoughts, and feelings. By developing rapport, you create an environment where the subject feels comfortable sharing information. Active listening. Pay close attention to what the person is saying and demonstrate empathy and understanding. Use verbal and nonverbal cues, like nodding, paraphrasing, or summarizing their statements, to show that you're actively engaged in the conversation. Open-ended questions. Instead of asking direct, close-ended questions that might make the person feel interrogated, use open-ended questions that encourage them to elaborate on their thoughts and feelings. This approach can lead to more in-depth and meaningful conversations. Be patient and allow silence. Master interrogators understand the power of silence and often allow pauses in conversation for the subject to process their thoughts and decide to share more information. Practice patience and give the person space to think and respond at their own pace. Follow their lead. Let the subject guide the conversation by following their interests and concerns. This approach can help you gather information in a more organic and less intrusive manner. Look into Pacing and Leading, Neuro-Linguistic Programming for more information. Mirroring and matching. Observe the subject's body language, tone of voice, and communication style, and subtly mirror or match these elements to create a sense of rapport and alignment. This technique can help the subject feel more at ease and open to sharing information. Be mindful of your intention. Remember that your goal is to gather information and understand the subject's perspective, not to manipulate or control them. Approach the conversation with a genuine desire to learn and connect, rather than a focus on extracting information at all costs. You see, when you skillfully weave these communication strategies into your conversations, while nurturing a sense of genuine respect and empathy, you create a harmonious environment where expert-level questioning techniques blend seamlessly into your daily interactions. And the interesting part is, the person you're talking to won't even feel as if they're being interrogated. Instead, they'll experience a warm, engaging, and meaningful connection with you.
Section title: Ways to use the meta model playfully.
Here's a guide on how to use the meta model playfully. Start with curiosity. When using the meta model, it's important to approach the conversation with a curious and playful attitude. Rather than trying to prove someone wrong or challenge their beliefs, approach the conversation as an opportunity to learn more about their perspective and thought process. Use humor. Humor can be a powerful tool for diffusing tension and creating a playful atmosphere. Try to incorporate humor into your questions or responses, and be willing to laugh at yourself and the situation. Frame questions positively. When using the meta model, it can be tempting to focus on negative language patterns and challenge them aggressively. Instead, try to frame your questions in a positive and empowering way. For example, instead of saying, "Why are you always so negative?" try saying, "What positive outcomes are you hoping for in this situation?" Listen actively. When using the meta model, it's important to listen actively to the other person's responses. Show interest in what they're saying and ask follow-up questions to deepen your understanding. This will help create a playful and engaging dialogue. Be respectful. Even when using the meta model playfully, it's important to be respectful of the other person's feelings and beliefs. Avoid attacking or belittling their perspectives, and focus instead on exploring their thought process and generating new possibilities. Practice. Like any skill, using the meta model playfully takes practice. Try incorporating playful meta model questions into your conversations with friends or family members, and pay attention to how they respond. With time and practice, you'll become more skilled at using the meta model in a playful and engaging way. By using the meta model playfully, you can transform difficult conversations into playful and engaging dialogues. With a curious and positive attitude, humor, and respect, you can use the meta model to deepen your understanding of others and generate new possibilities for yourself and those around you. Let's say you're talking to a friend and they ask how you're doing. Instead of saying, "I'm fine," which is a generalization that doesn't give much information, you can apply the meta model to your own language by being more specific, complete, and accurate in your response. For example, you might say, "I've been feeling a bit overwhelmed lately because of all the projects I'm working on, but I'm trying to take things one step at a time." By being more specific, complete, and accurate in your communication, you're giving your friend a clearer picture of how you're really doing, which can help them understand and support you better. You can also apply the meta model to other areas of your language, such as your self-talk. For example, instead of saying, "I'm always so stupid," you could say, "I made a mistake in that moment, but that doesn't mean I'm always stupid." By applying the meta model to your own language, you can improve your communication skills, develop a more precise understanding of your own thoughts and experiences, and cultivate a more positive and accurate self-image. As you become more aware of how these subtle shifts in your own language can have a dramatic effect on those you're communicating with, you'll begin to recognize when and how to apply those subtle shifts artfully to really engage others in a more meaningful capacity. Or to put it another way, as you embark on this fascinating journey of understanding language, you may find that the more you attune yourself to the nuances of your own words, the more you'll discover their profound impact on others. And it's quite intriguing, really, how you can artfully and gently apply these subtle changes in your communication, guiding others into a deeper, more meaningful connection with you, as if you were all on a shared adventure of discovery and understanding.
Section title: Training with Richard Bandler.
I highly recommend training with Richard Bandler himself if this type of material interests you. Alright, folks, here's the deal. I wrote this book to give you a real, tangible tool that you can use to boost your communication game, and not just a little, but in a way that genuinely makes a difference. On top of that, I wanted to help you steer clear of those sneaky situations where people try to twist words and manipulate you unfairly. This book is like your personal shield against the dark side of language, a way for you to navigate through life with a heightened sense of awareness, understanding, and confidence. So, take what you've learned here and use it to make the world a better place for yourself and for those around you. Keep your eyes open, your ears sharp, and your mind ready, because with the meta model in your toolkit, you'll be unstoppable. Here's where you can find more information about training with Richard Bandler and his team personally. purenlp.com/calendar. richardbandler.com. nlpeternal.com. Who knows, maybe I'll see you there. And that's the conclusion to Linguistic Alchemy, Unveiling the Power of Language, The World is Made of Language series, Volume 1, The Meta Model. The end. I will be revising, updating, and improving this particular edition. Volume 1, The Meta Model. Because by the time I finished writing the third book, I really got a lot better at writing, expressing, and laying out all of the information. And I feel like after you finish reading or listening to the third book in this series, you'll agree.